order. I'd like to call this meeting of Public Bills Committee to order. Our first speaker will be Susan Pierre. Apologize if I got that wrong. Pierre. I'm going to go through some, since this is my first of the day in the chair here, so I'm going to go through my introductions here, and then we'll go. My name is Tom Taggart, and I will be the chair of today's meeting. I'd ask that each members of today's Public Bills Committee meeting to identify themselves for the record, and we'll start with the government members. And I'll start here.
Nick Hilton, MLA for Yarmouth.
Allegory Father, MLA for Clayton Park West.
Susan Corkin-Greek, MLA for Lunenburg.
Hi, welcome Nolan Young, MLA Shelburne.
Hi, good evening. Derek Mumbercut, MLA Sydney, member 2.
Good evening. Kendra Coombs, MLA for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Good evening. Paul Wozni, MLA Sackville-Cobequid.
And I'll ask the Legislative Council to introduce themselves as well.
Killian Schlemmer, Legislative Council.
Gordon Head, Chief Legislative Council.
And as I said, Tom Taggart, Chair. Start, I'd like to address some housekeeping points, and I'd ask that everyone in the room turn off their phones or put them on silent. In the case of an emergency, we'll use the Granville Street exit and walk up to Grand Parade. I ask that anyone in attendance remain respectful and to avoid indicating approval or disapproval of what is being said, and to refrain from any disorderly behavior. Anyone exhibiting disorderly behavior may be asked to leave. Taking pictures or video of anyone other than the accredited media is not permitted, and presenters are not to be using props. So I'm going to discuss the agenda here a little bit. We have a list of people who are speaking. We're a little bit off time now because we're 5 minutes over, but basically the first 5 or 6 speakers on any given bill will get 15 minutes, and so I've made the decision here, I think it's been done previously today, that on a 15-minute bill, speaker will take 10 minutes for speaking and 5 for questions. If the speaker decides to go over, they need to be aware that that they are taking time away from questions, and I will give a 1-minute warning when the 10 minutes is up, and I think that's it for instructions, is it not? We're ready to move on?
So
Apologize.
And we're into 10 on these right here.
Yep. So we're into 10 minutes on the first one. So the first 5 speakers have 15 minutes. The next, all speakers after that have 10 minutes. And our practice will be to have 5 minutes for questions after. Again, if the speaker chooses to continue speaking, that's fine, but they're going to lose the opportunity for folks to ask them questions.
So these are 10-minute speakers.
Yep. Okay. So our first bill that we're going to for this evening is the bill number 6, Agriculture, Energy, Natural Resources, and Act Respecting, and our first speaker is Susan Pierre. I apologize. And I'm going to, are you, I guess I should, yeah. So we're ready to go, and I'm going to start the presentation here. Are you ready, ma'am? Susan?
Yes, I'm ready to speak.
So we'll start. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left in the first 10, and then if... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, right. Yeah. Apologies. I'll let you know when you've 1 minute before your first 5. If you want to continue, then I will let you know also 1 minute before conclusion. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Please go ahead.
I was quite shocked to hear that the current government's intention to about the intention to alter the legislation that would allow for hydraulic fracturing and uranium exploration in Nova Scotia. I think, like many Nova Scotians, was not something that was discussed during Premier Houston's campaign. Seemed very undemocratic to try to push through this legislation quickly without proper discussion. Seems very undemocratic, the whole process. So that's part of the reason that I felt compelled to speak today. We have had this discussion in the past, and that is why there has been a ban in place for many, many years, for decades. And in the past, as appropriate, there was a lot of consultation with the community and with the scientific community as well, the academics, experts, and as well as the Native communities. It's a very concerning trend that it seems that this government wants to make decisions without proper consultation. I'm not sure if my talk today or any of the feedback that is being given today is how it's going to be used. That would be, perhaps somebody could answer that at the end of this, my discussion. The widely accepted health risks posed by fracking, the process of blasting a mixture of toxic chemicals, fresh water, and sand into rock formations to release oil and gas deposits, and uranium mining have been known for decades. Not only do both processes require vast amounts of fresh water, but the leftover tailings, radioactive sediment, toxic fluids must be stored in tailings ponds or in underground caverns. All over the world, these tailings have been found to seep into groundwater and contaminate the environment with toxins that can cause a variety of severe health issues, ranging from rashes and burns to elevated rates of cancer and birth defects. Nearly half of all Nova Scotians depend on well water, especially in rural communities. Threatening the health of these communities for the sake of short-term corporate profits was an unconscionable move when these regulations were first put in place, and it remains so today. There is no recipe for clean water, and the risks posed by these industries are simply too great. As a result of climate change, we have already seen the impacts of water issues in the recent past, and as these challenges will continue to rise, we must be even more vigilant, avoiding activities that further jeopardize local water sources. I'm aware that approximately 91% of the population of Nova Scotia was against hydraulic fracking and uranium mining when the bans were put in place decades ago. And though there was extensive public consultation at that time, there were independent studies and expert advice done, as I mentioned. The government's main arguments in lifting these safeguards are economic. The Premier has repeatedly used the threat of U.S. tariffs in an attempt to scare Nova Scotians into accepting his plan. It is true that Nova Scotians are struggling with an affordability crisis, and that we must find ways to be more self-reliant. However, the notion that fracking or uranium mining will solve either issue simply doesn't hold up. Both industries will take years to provide any meaningful economic benefit to everyday Nova Scotians and will do nothing to help us shoulder the financial burdens we currently face. In the case of uranium mining, the idea that uranium can provide a substantial economic boom for Nova Scotia seems unlikely due to incredibly low royalty rates, massive cleanup costs, often placed on taxpayers, and existing mines in other jurisdictions already supplying current and forecasted demands. And I would emphasize there that the many of the tailings and radioactive materials from a lot of research that I've been reading have this waste needs to be stored for not hundreds of years. We're talking up to 1 million years, hundreds of thousands of years. So we're talking about our we're talking many, many generations that we're threatening, and not just threatening with health risks, but also with financial costs of storing this waste. As global markets shift to truly clean energy sources, expanding dying industries simply doesn't make sense. Furthermore, both fracking and uranium mining put cornerstone industries like tourism, forestry, and farming at risk. Impacts on our soil, air, water, and natural spaces could prove disastrous, negating any potential economic gains they may offer. If the province is serious about bolstering the economy and helping our communities thrive, they should look to lower costs, create better supports for struggling Nova Scotians, and diversify our economy with sustainable long-term solutions, such as the wind resources in the Sable Island Bank area, which could create an average of 30,000 direct jobs annually during several years of construction and installation, with another 1,200 permanent jobs for ongoing operation and maintenance. This would also open opportunities to sell excess energy to other jurisdictions. Further investments in Nova Scotia's green economy outside of offshore wind and efforts to meet our legislative climate goals could improve affordability, make life more comfortable for Nova Scotians, and create an additional 15,000 jobs annually by 2030. The world is moving forward, and if we don't act, Nova Scotia risks being left behind. This is a time when Nova Scotians need forward-thinking, creative solutions from our leaders, not a lazy and short-sighted lurch backwards at the behest of wealthy corporate interests. I urge the Houston government to end the divisive fear-mongering and change course on these risky, undemocratic decisions. It's time to step up, do your job for us taxpayers, and engage in good faith conversations with the public and with experts to find innovative solutions that support our economy and build a future for not only our children, but our many generations to come, so that we can live in healthy communities with natural spaces that we can rely on and thrive on. And I'm not considering myself in any special interest group, by the way, and I find that very derogatory, that whole talk of being in a special interest group. I believe in democracy and I believe in a clean environment. So if that is a special interest, then I would say most Canadians and most Nova Scotians would have special interests in that. I would like to know, I don't know if this is the appropriate time. I'm done speaking, but if I can answer other questions or I can read other articles. I read a very interesting article by the Pabina Institute. I would encourage anybody considering uranium mining to read that article, which talks about the Ontario reactors and how much maintenance they have required and how they have underperformed severely and cost taxpayers immensely more than initially promised. So I guess my question is it an appropriate time for me to ask what happens with all this information, and will it actually influence any decisions on these bills?
My first question comes from MLA Coombs with 37 seconds.
Thank you. Good evening. To answer your question, I hope so. I hope that you being here, participating in the democratic process, can change the minds of the governing side. And I just want to thank you for participating in this process, and it's truly appreciated.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You have 13 seconds. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your input.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So we have a new, our next presenter is Brianna Tibo, and she's coming to us virtually, I understand.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Tibo? Hi there, I've got you. Hi there. Hi there. My name's Tom, and I'm the chair of this committee, and we'll begin. You have 10 minutes overall. If you wish, I will remind you when you have 1 minute left in the first 5. If you wish to leave time for folks to ask questions, that's fine. But if you want to speak through the full 10 minutes, that's your call. Okay?
All right, thank you.
And we will start now. Okay?
All right. So I would like to open by reminding the committee that the Assembly of Mi'kmaq Chiefs are against the passing of Bill 6, saying that it is, quote, unacceptable that this government is fast-tracking the extraction of natural resources that will permanently devalue and damage our unceded lands and adversely impact the exercise of our Section 35 rights, end quote. This means that the passing of Bill 6 goes against the people who are from this land and who own this land. Furthermore, I would now like to continue by reading the committee's selection of quotes taken from studies done about the health impacts of fracking. For Mullen et al., 2020, water that flows to the surface from oil and gas wells, so-called produced water, represents a mixture of flowback, congested fracked fluid returning to the surface, and the reservoir water present in natural oil and gas deposits. Among numerous hazardous compounds.
Order for 1 second, and I paused your time. Ledge TV is asking that you speak just a little bit closer to the mic so that they can record it better. Okay? I'm starting your time again.
Okay. I would like to open by reminding the committee that the Assembly of Mi'kmaq Chiefs are against the passing of Bill 6, saying that it is, quote, unacceptable that this government is fast-tracking the extraction of natural resources that will permanently devalue and damage our unceded lands and adversely impact the exercise of our Section 35 rights, end quote, meaning that any fracking or uranium mining that takes place in the province of Nova Scotia will be done without consent from the original owners of this land. I would now like to read the committee a selection of quotes taken from studies done about the health impacts of fracking. For Mullen et al., 2020, water that flows to the surface from oil and gas wells, so-called produced water, represents a mixture of flowback, the injected frac fluid returning to the surface, and the reservoir water present in natural oil and gas deposits. Among numerous hazardous compounds, produced water may contain bromide, arsenic, strontium, mercury, barium, radioactive isotopes, and organic compounds, particularly benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylenes. The sewage overflow, even from specialized treatment plants, may still contain critical concentrations of barium, strontium, and arsenic. Evidence suggests the quality of groundwater and surface water may be compromised by disposal of produced water. Particularly critical is the use of produced water for watering of agricultural areas, where persistent compounds may accumulate. Air contamination can occur as a result of several HF-associated activities. In addition to BTEX, 20 HF-associated contaminants are group 1A or 1B carcinogens, according to the IRAC. And the U.S. oil and gas production represents the second largest source of anthropogenic methane emissions. High-quality epidemiological studies are required, especially in light of recent observations of an association between childhood leukemia and multiple myeloma in neighborhood of fracking sites. From Acker et al.'s 2024 scoping review, almost half of studies review focused on birth outcomes, with the majority reporting one or more significant adverse associations resulting from fracking, with low birth weight, small for gestational age, preterm birth, and one or more birth defects being the most reported. Other studies identified adverse impacts including asthma, respiratory, cardiovascular, childhood acute lymphocytic leukemia, and all-cause mortality. This has been our second mention of association between fracking and childhood leukemia. So I am sure that every one of the committee members have children that you love, and that no one here wants any parent to ever have to suffer through the agony of childhood leukemia. Continuing on with the quotes, from Mullen and Lee, 2016, surface water contamination risks include increased structural failure rates of unconventional wells, issues with wastewater treatment, and accidental discharge of contaminated fluids. Human health risks associated with exposure to surface water contaminated with fracking chemicals include increased cancer risks and turbidity of water, leading to increased pathogen survival time. From Rasmussen et al., 2016, residential fracking activity metrics were statistically associated with increased risk of mild, moderate, and severe asthma attacks. 3 out of 4 phrases, this is from Alexander 2020, of fracking activity were associated with hospitalization for heart failure in a large sample of patients. Older patients with heart failure seem particularly vulnerable to health impacts from fracking activity. From Denham et al. 2021, cumulative fracking is associated with increased acute myocardial infarction hospitalization rates among middle-aged men, and older women, as well as with increased AMI mortality among middle-aged men. Our findings lend support for increased awareness about cardiovascular risks of fracking, and as well suggest that bans on hydraulic fracking can be productive for public health. I understand that Nova Scotia is about to be put into a tough spot with the tariffs, but the solution to that cannot be to poison our own people. To paraphrase an old saying, allowing fracking Nova Scotia's response to the tariffs would be like drinking poison and expecting the Americans to suffer. That is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I'm open to questions. MLA Coombs.
Hi, good evening. I want to first thank you for being here and participating in this democratic process. And from what I've heard, you've done quite a lot of research into fracking. And from that research, why would you think it would be appropriate for Nova Scotia to consider lifting the ban? One, without looking at these health effects, and two, without the consultation and the social license of the public.
I don't think it's appropriate. I think that
I recognize Ms. Thibodeau. Go ahead, ma'am.
I don't think it's appropriate. I think that allowing fracking in Nova Scotia goes against basically all medical science we have on it and would have disastrous effects for both the population and the climate. Allowing fracking in Nova Scotia would be detrimental to every aspect of our society, and I am not okay with my beautiful home being cut up for parts. Nova Scotians deserve better than this. Thank you.
I recognize MLA Coombs.
Thank you, and thank you for your passion. I also have deep concerns on this topic, and so I appreciate your passion. Can I ask, at any time, were the people in your community that you're from, were they consulted on fracking in the past 2 years?
No, they were not.
I reckon, if I could, ma'am, so I have to recognize you before Liz TV picks you up, okay? So I recognize Ms. Thibodeau.
No, they were not. I actually was not informed that this bill was even being passed until I saw it on Reddit, which suggests to me that you are not doing your due diligence in informing the public.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate your concerns, and they'll be noted. So our next speaker, we're moving from Bill 6 to Bill 11. And we're going, it's not on our list, but this person, Karen, missed her spot, I think, in the beginning, as I understand it. This is the first comments on Bill 11, and therefore it's a 15 minutes total. I will, you heard my spiel earlier, so I'll remind you at, I guess, at 6 minutes and then at 1 minute, okay? So if you're ready, I recognize Miss Rob. And so when the light comes on, you're good to go, okay?
Right.
Thank you.
So Karen Robb, and you can call me Karen. I'm here as a private citizen, and I am not a special interest, and I am not a professional protester either, but I am a former healthcare provider. So when I saw that nobody was actually speaking about Bill 11, I decided I should probably get myself on the agenda and do something to say something about it. I guess it must be that our healthcare providers are really so stretched that they don't know what's going on, with legislation that can affect them. So Anyway, I don't speak for any organization, though. First of all, I'd like to talk about the process, that this was an omnibus bill. And okay, it's a good idea to update the Anatomy Act and the Organ and Tissue Donation Act, because those are older, so that's good. But I'm not sure why you would throw in completely unrelated legislation into this. And I know a basketball player, and they said that it kind of sounds like flooding the zone, which means that you would, when you're losing the game and you've got nothing to lose, you get down at the end there, everyone goes down to the end, and maybe you'll get a shot in, and you'll land something. But it's a risky strategy for basketball, but basketball is just a game, and I don't think this is a thoughtful way to make laws. Right. I want to talk about repealing the Emergency Department Accountability Act. Accountability is in the name, right? So it sounds like you want less accountability because you're changing accountability. If it's not working for you, then improve it. If there's something done to improve your reporting, that's fine. But what I would really like to see is that the government set some goals and specific targets. And I guess I bring that from my background as a registered nurse. You assess and you plan and you implement and then you evaluate and then you integrate those findings, then you evaluate again and you update in a continuous cycle. But you need data to assess. And so I assume that the data is still being collected. So I guess what's changing is a sort of a public forum for delivering that data to the public. And so just so you know, I would like to have more data than less. And I don't, I like those updates in press releases and reading articles, newspaper articles on those. So I would urge you to not eliminate those reports. My main concern, though, is Clause 4 and 5. And it gives the minister power to allow healthcare providers to charge private insurance plans and at a higher rate than MSI. And that's for services in whole or in part. So I just question who this benefits. Like, what is the intention of this? It seems like it's an incentive for healthcare providers to shift over to private healthcare clinics or services. And as a healthcare provider, I suppose if I was overwhelmed like so many nurses tell me they are right now, there are so many who want to leave if they had options or choices, and they would go to private healthcare. But is that really where we're going? Right. Is it paving the way for more privatization of health services? And I'm aware, I'm not an expert, I don't know, but I'm just aware of reports of the nurse practitioner clinic that's in town, and that patients are complaining about a lack of follow-up. So, nurse practitioners at a private clinic could order a diagnostic test, but they can't go into the system to get the results. They have, just trouble accessing in the same way specialists, results and specialist referrals. So, I'm not sure that this would, private care is improving health. It's not primary care, and it is not integrated system care. And I think that's the ideal that we should be going for. I have experience of working outside the system, and it is a pain, and you are not doing the best for your patients. Right? So I want to know who was consulted, right, on that Clause 4 and 5. Maybe private service providers. They're looking for providers in the same way that the health system is. Maybe you've asked them, and this is what they've said, but what about healthcare organizations? Like, I'm sure that they would raise the concerns about recruitment and retention when private services pay more. I think it's a setup for that. You know, I'd like to know more, and I would like for the government to explain what their intention is here. And I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Marquette.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the first thing I'll say is thank you for being here all day.
All day.
Because we were here all day too.
I'll just tell you that I am presenting on Bill 24. I have prepared well.
Okay, perfect. But no, you know what? I appreciate you being here all day. And the importance that you saw it and hearing the feedback from people. And really, this is one of the first conversations we're having around healthcare now. And there's a lot of questions around the transparency. You know, the government talks about reducing the needed family practice list, but they're not letting anybody new on the list. There's a whole lot of questions around that. So, like, I would just want you to elaborate on the transparency side of it as a public, because I have a lot of family who are public health nurses. They were OR nurses. They were in the system. So, if you want to just elaborate on how you are concerned around transparency, that would be great for me. But I just wanted, most importantly, I want to thank you because you've been here all day listening to this. So, thank you so much.
Well, it's good to see the process, right?
Sorry. I recognize Karen.
Transparency and accountability, yes. So more data is better. That data belongs to us, right? That is public data, and so we want that data. And whether you're getting it onto a healthcare government website, that's okay. But I really like you to answer questions about it from reporters and have it reported to me. I like turning on the radio and hearing what the latest, emergency closures data is. I think people have been very patient. As a healthcare provider, I have seen how this has come from 20 years of healthcare providers saying we are going to be in a critical situation for doctors and nurses if we keep going down this road. So I appreciate that some things have been done to change, but we need transparency and accountability on this. And I would like to see the reports continued, and I would like to know about the family practice registry. I know people who got those phone calls, and they felt that they needed to be very firm with staying on the list. It seemed like what was happening was that they were being told about mobile clinics and stuff. But they knew they wanted primary health care, an attachment to a primary health care provider. And it is not the same to go to a mobile clinic. It's not the same to have pharmacy care. How many minutes do I have? Can I just say I had a tick, right?
5 minutes.
I had a tick. And I went to the pharmacist, and I saw it when I was out, so I kind of pinched it, and it was very gross. But I didn't get all of it, and so I went to the pharmacist, and she could see me within about 3 hours. That was great. So I waited, and I said to her, "Can you take the rest of it out? It's kind of gross." She goes, "Actually, I can't." And I said, "Okay, can you just give it a little wipe? I haven't been home." And she goes, "I can't do wound care." So I did get the prophylaxis, so that's good, the pill that would prevent me from getting Lyme disease, but I didn't get wound care, and I didn't get the tick removed. So I could imagine that someone who was single and they had it on their back, for instance, they wouldn't be able to remove it. So, it isn't primary health care. We need to focus on primary health care.
I recognize MLA Wozni.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Robb, as a citizen and a former healthcare provider, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about why you value publicly accessible data as an indicator that healthcare is or isn't improving, noting that Bill 11 would sort of eliminate the current mechanism of reporting healthcare data, especially around emergency room opening and closures.
I recognize Ms. Robb.
I guess if I never did work in emergency, but if I did, I would really like to know, how care and closures in my hospital were compared with other hospitals. I would want to know that the fact that we did overtime, and there's a lot of overtime going on in burnout, and that mattered because my emergency department stayed open. I don't see how you can evaluate without data, and that data, as I said, belongs to us. We really need to have that in the public sphere. It's our data, it's our health care, it's our tax dollars.
I recognize MLA Coombs.
Hi, I want to first thank you. I've heard the story of you being here all day, and I want to thank you for being that dedicated to our democratic process, that you're staying here all day until you're getting on the list, until your time came up for this bill. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing Bill 24 from you as well later. You mentioned Clause 4 and 5 with regards to the insurance plans. Can you explain how you believe Clause 4 and 5 encroaches on our public system, creating more of a turn to what we don't want to see, preferably me, I don't want to see it, a private healthcare system?
I recognize Miss Robb.
Having been here all day, I have to say, I actually sat in a law amendments committee. I wasn't the speaker, but I saw before when the opposition could suggest amendments, and the NDP, when the healthcare legislation that I was associated with was introduced, there was a good discussion about how to mend that act to make it better, and I find it upsetting. I do. I find it frustrating and upsetting that that these members can't make amendments, and ask me whether I think that would cover my issue, because that's the way it used to be, and that's the way it should still be. Can you ask your question again?
1 minute. MLA Coombs.
Thank you. How do you see Clause 4 and 5 encroaching on our public healthcare system?
Was that the original question? Is that your original question? Thank you. I recognize Ms. Robb.
Well, because I see that it looks like it's paving the way
38 seconds.
for more privatization of healthcare. That's my concern. I'm not saying I understand what's going on here, but that seems like it, and it seems kind of familiar from Alberta. And right now, the Premier is in trouble for something similar, where healthcare services are being provided by providers that are being paid more than the health system pays there. So, it is a setup for trouble for you guys as well if this goes ahead. I'd really recommend that you keep the good parts in and not do the omnibus thing with this.
Order. Time has elapsed for that speaker. The next speaker is virtual, Megan Krimpa. So we'll just give a minute for Ledge TV to get them.
Just mention we're going back to Bill 6. We're going back to Bill 6 now.
Yeah, okay, so before we start on Megan here, we're going to, Megan, I should have been asking this previously, and I apologize for this to other speakers, but how would you like to be recognized?
Hi, Megan's fine.
Okay, thank you, Megan. So we're going back to Bill 6, Agriculture, Energy, Natural Resources, and Act Respecting, and there's, as you've probably heard before, but there's 10 minutes overall. I'm going to let you know when you have 1 minute left in your first 5, and you can decide whether you want to continue or want to take questions. Is that okay?
All right. Thank you very much.
So
yes.
I recognize Megan.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you all, I guess, for both being here, after a long day. My name is Megan Krempa. I am 25 years old, and I've been living in Nova Scotia since I moved here in 2017 to attend university. I studied the history of science, and I work on the history of nuclear science and atomic energy, particularly in Canada. And I'm here today to speak against the proposed bill to allow fracking and uranium exploration. Many before me have already spoken on the impacts of both fracking and uranium mining, so I would like to instead spend my time providing a personal context. I grew up in Ontario, and when I was 13, I moved to a rural area just outside of Port Hope. My father worked for Ontario Power Generation, which was actually just mentioned just a little while ago, the nuclear power company, first in Pickering and then in Bowmanville for over 20 years before retiring this past January. And growing up outside of Port Hope, as you may know, is home to the largest volume of historic low-level radioactive wastes in Canada, created by the El Dorado Mining and Refining Limited Company. El Dorado today is now known as Cameco, which remains as one of the major employers in Port Hope. I say this to highlight that beyond my scholarly interest, I also have a personal history with uranium mining and with power production. Considering that Cameco is already the world's largest publicly traded uranium company, I would like to ask, what is the intention and goal of allowing uranium and fracking in this province? Nova Scotia must turn to sustainable energy, but we don't need to produce our own uranium. A far better alternative is investing in bringing nuclear energy into the province. We do not need more uranium mines. And indeed, still today, the mining of uranium is highly harmful and disproportionately continues to affect Northern and Indigenous communities. And should we continue in Nova Scotia, will surely impact our Indigenous communities here as well. However, I acknowledge that this industry does exist and likely won't go anywhere anytime soon. But if we want to explore uranium, we should instead focus on the production of sustainable energy through collaboration with companies such as OPG in order to bring the safety regulations, materials, and knowledge to develop a nuclear refinery that would be able to produce power in the Maritimes or within Nova Scotia. However, if that seems too daunting, then uranium exploration and mining should not be on anyone's mind, because we should be focusing on producing energy, not on exporting raw materials. Although nuclear power today is overall far safer and more considerate of the environment than fracking, and is more sustainable than natural gas and coal. And while I would advocate for Nova Scotia to explore nuclear power, this bill seeking to mine uranium without using it to advance and improve. This bill seeks to mine uranium without using it to advance and improve our dismal energy production sources. This bill is short-sighted and seeks to make money quick at the expense of the environment and constituents. Now, you may be fine throwing the problem down the road to let another government spend millions of dollars in remediation in 20 years, but I'll still be here, and maybe you will too. And so therefore, I implore you all to now, today, make a decision that will benefit the future people of Nova Scotia by rejecting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. So do I have any questions? MLA Coombs.
Hello, Megan. I want to thank you for being here. As I've said to many others, I want to thank you for participating in the democratic process. It is truly important to have voices of Nova Scotians heard in this realm. From your background, because it seems that you are very proficient in your background and you have great knowledge. Can you tell us what are the problems, what's problematic, what are the dangers of going down this path?
One moment. I recognize Karen, or Megan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Absolutely, I can talk about the history at least. So in Canada, as a lot of our uranium is today indeed mined in Saskatchewan. However, historically, uranium and radium has been mined within the Northwest Territories, particularly around Great Bear Lake and Great Slave Lake. This has disproportionately affected Indigenous communities, the Dene people. There is a documentary and news articles that have highlighted the health disparities and health issues that these people have faced in their communities through the mining. Just through the mining of it, such that it is now referred to as a village of widows. You can look that up, Village of Widows, that is the documentary title. Further to that, the exporting and the use of refining uranium, again, as I mentioned, I grew up near Port Hope, in which there is still a lot of low-level radiation that was backfilled into homes or into yards. There is a small community outside of Port Hope called Welcome, in which near there, a school was built on top of the radioactive material and has had to be condemned and remediated at the cost of millions of dollars of the government and the province of Ontario. This remediation process has been in the works for over 20 years, and it is still not completed. And so the thought of mining uranium in Nova Scotia is quite short-sighted, particularly because, again, we do have, with all of its flaws, we have one of the largest uranium mining industries already occurring in the Western provinces. And so if the question is really, should we be mining? No, because we already have enough uranium being produced that is already being exported by Cameco. And so really, if the concern is, oh, we don't want to import radioactive material, well, we'd be exporting it anyway. So really the consideration, as I mentioned in my speech, should be looking further into the development of collaboration across provinces to ensure that nuclear energy is able to be produced without increasing or adding to the mining locations.
Thank you. I recognize MLA Adoke.
Thank you, Megan. It's nice meeting you, and it's great when we have conversations like this. And thank you for being part of the democratic process and having your voice being heard. I think that's the beauty about this entire committee, where we have the opportunity for people to be able to hear their views and their concerns. And also, it was nice knowing a bit about your father, knowing that he retired working within the nuclear, what's it called? Generation of nuclear energy. You said that from your experience, that nuclear energy is a lot cleaner, right? And so the issue about it is that I just wanted to clarify if that's true. That's much cleaner than natural gas, it's much cleaner than oil and the rest. But your reservation for us as Nova Scotia is not to do it, is because it's been done somewhere else. Would that be the case?
I recognize Megan. With the minute, I apologize, Megan, minute 35. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, part of it is simply, yes, there is an excess of uranium elsewhere. The other issue is that the mining of uranium continues to be incredibly harmful to the environment. And so my concern is that, yes, while I have connections to the nuclear industry through my family, I acknowledge that by the very necessity of the mining of it, that means it is not fully sustainable. However, it is indeed far more sustainable because of the amount of uranium that one needs to produce energy, because it is a radioactive material, is far smaller than the natural gas or the coal that one would need to power an equivalent amount of energy sources.
Thank you, Megan. Do we have another question? I recognize MLA Coombs.
Thank you, Megan. I represent a community that was harmed by remnants from a steel plant, and many people got sick. Is that your experience as well within your surrounding communities, that people had gotten sick at high rates?
I recognize Megan with 16 seconds.
So the Port Hope Remediation Project has attempted to have the government test the health. Now, the government of Canada's health reports have come back as not necessarily over risk for the refining of uranium.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Megan. And so now we're moving on to bill number 21, which is the Justice Administration Amendment Act. Is Lee Sawyer here? I am. Please come forward and How would you like to be referred to, Ms. Sawyer? Lee. Thank you very much. So in this, this is our first presentations on this Justice Administration Amendment. Therefore, there's 15 minutes for the overall discussion, and so when we come to 6 minutes, if you're still speaking, I'll let you know in the event you want to have take questions. If not, you continue to speak, okay? All righty. I recognize Lee.
Good evening. My name is Lee Sawyer, and my son was a homicide victim in downtown Halifax on December 24th, 2022. I'm here today to speak to Bill 21, Clause 10, as it relates to the impact of the Security and Investigations Act, otherwise known as CISA. CISA is a law that in 2010 passed all 3 readings and received royal assent, yet was never proclaimed. Under CISA, security and bouncers at bars in the province of Nova Scotia would have to be trained to provide criminal background check, to be licensed, among other requirements. However, Clause 10, as it reads, establishes a process for unclaimed legislation to automatically be repealed 10 years after royal assent, unless the House of Assembly resolves that it not be repealed, or the Governor and Council orders that the repeal occur on a later date. The current process for repeal requires debate in the House, explaining the decision for repeal. CISA should not and cannot fall victim to the repeal under the clause. People's lives are at stake. Bill 21, Clause 10 seems like a calculated act of a government not willing to amend an existing law or repeal it, and has yet to provide any indication of a brand new law that would exist in the spirit of CISA. No one from the government wants to be publicly on record for repealing a legislation that by doing so could have tragic and devastating consequences. The government provides this provides the government their excuse. The awareness of the need for the law is obvious, but the lack of accountability and transparency by the government to justify the why to not proclaim it remains unanswered. This too is cause for concern. The government continues to sweep it under the carpet when in fact real problems exist. I cannot help but wonder if it had been the child, the nephew, or grandson of a member of the government, how urgent the call to action would be and legislation proclaimed. An amendment introduced on July 1st, 2023, to the Liquor Control Act to licensed cabarets, which by definition are the late bars allowed to open till 3:30 and whose main purpose is to serve alcohol, have now requirements where security and bouncers are to provide a criminal background check as well as other requirements. This is not a law mandated. This is through the Liquor Act. While it applies to the cabaret business, of which there are now only 3 in the province out of 200-some bars, because it only applies to cabaret, of which there are only 3, the lounges in the province do not require these. Therefore, an individual who applies at a cabaret and is denied because of a criminal background can in fact work at any one of the other bars or lounges in the province because it is not a requirement for employment and there is no legislation in place to mandate it. I'm not sure how the public is supposed to have the confidence of safety with this knowledge, nor should the government expect them to. The question I ask the Premier and members of government, is Nova Scotia that special than other provinces in Canada, like BC, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec, who all have legislation regarding bouncers and security staff? Those provinces had them implemented for years, 2008, 2010, 2006. Yet here in Nova Scotia sits 15 years of debate and still no legislation? Talk about a lack of accountability. I cannot help but wonder what bigger issue is at play in our province. Premier Houston needs to be reminded that we are the customer, and the government is here to serve and protect the best interests of the people of Nova Scotia, the people that elected him and the legislature into power. The Giffin family of Nova Scotia has asked the same questions of the government after the death of Stephen Giffin in 1999. It was the unwavering efforts of a father determined to not allow this to happen to yet another family that CISA came to be. Mr. Giffin went to his grave with what he thought was a new proclaimed legislation and rested with the knowledge that he did good for Stephen and his son would be proud. Can you imagine the horror he would feel today? So I stand here, actually I sit here, before you to ask you to put yourself in my shoes and the shoes of Mr. Giffin. Every moment I have to spend on this issue is yet another stake in my heart. My commitment is to ensure that this does not happen yet again. While I pray that it'll benefit someone, it has zero benefit for my son. He sits in an urn on my fireplace mantle. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Questions, please. MLA for Fairview Clayton Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. I appreciate you being here. We all do, but that you shouldn't have to be here to explain that. But just wanted to take a moment to say I appreciate you being here for the sake of being able to take something back and saying, this is exactly what people are asking for. Can you, and while I think I understand what you're implying needs to change, but could you specify what needs to change about Bill 21 that?
Well, the clause.
Oh, sorry, I have to recognize you for, yep. I recognize Lee.
Well, the clause 10 would repeal it without due process, okay? And I understand that there has been reference and the government has been made aware, actually through the investigative efforts of people from the Globe and Mail, Lindsay Jones, Colin Freeze, who, because of this legislation not being proclaimed, found, in fact, there was over 100 legislations in Parliament that were never proclaimed. So I understand the government's need to get rid of it in some of those that have been maybe 40 years on the book, but this is not one of them. And I can't imagine anyone in government that wouldn't think that this law needs to be proclaimed. And yet, Mr. Sorry.
No,
no, I'm good.
Sorry. Questions? MLA for Sackwood. I recognize the MLA for Sackwood Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing here today and offering such powerful first voice testimony on this issue and one of the oversights of the proposed legislation. This committee no longer allows witnesses like yourself to propose amendments to the law, but I will ask a question that perchance might inform an amendment at the next phase of debate. In your experience and in your opinion, is there any interval of automatic repeal that you would be comfortable with if the end result were the repeal of the legislation that remains unproclaimed that you have a direct interest in?
I recognize Lee.
I'm not sure I fully understand your question.
I recognize the MLA for Sackwood Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 10 establishes that all unproclaimed legislation be automatically repealed 10 years, right? I'm asking, is there an interval other than 10 years, shorter or longer, that would give you comfort that automatic repeal is an acceptable thing in Nova Scotia if the net result were the same, that the legislation that you are concerned about and believe needs to be proclaimed were to suffer the same fate as this amendment would yield?
I recognize Lee.
Well, if it's to not repeal this particular legislation that was from 2010, I guess we'd have to have it more than 15 years now, wouldn't we? That's what you're asking me.
I recognize MLA Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Lee, thank you for being here and telling us your story. You mentioned in your comments that the government is aware of some of the concerns that you've raised around the legislation. You said the Globe and Mail may have been involved. Have you had any communication with the government directly yourself on this to the point where they've given you any kind of indication that they understand, the challenges around what they're trying to do?
I recognize Lee.
Yes, in the months preceding my son's death, I met with the Alcohol and Gaming. I also met with the Restaurant Association of Nova Scotia, and I also met with the Department of Justice. So I made them well aware of a need for this legislation to be passed. They proclaimed to me that they were, in fact, am I allowed to keep talking?
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
they proclaimed
yes.
to me that they were, in fact, looking at other jurisdictions, i.e. BC, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec, to see what was happening, what they were doing, and if there was anything within those districts that, in fact, they could realize may need change within Nova Scotia. And on follow-up on 2 other occasions with the Department of Justice and the people that I met with, one person in particular, I followed up and asked the question, where do we stand now? You had said you were looking into other jurisdictions. What have you found? What has this done to your process of investigation? And I was told that there was this interim piece with the cabarets because they were the most at risk. Because of the late hour that they're open, and that they put, I would call it an interim, but anyway, they put something in place through the Liquor Control Act, and that was that. And then in follow-up, in fact, just last week, I received the same reply.
Thank you.
And that was it.
Additional questions? I thank you very much for your presentation, Lee.
Do you want copies of it?
Please, yes. If you have them available, leave them in and the clerks will distribute them, okay? And again, thank you very much. So now we will move on to Teresa Giffin and Judy Purcell. Are they in attendance?
I am.
Please come forward. And I just asked first if you're Teresa or Judy, and
I go by Terry.
Terry? Okay. Thank you very much, Terry. So you've heard most of my comments before, but you have 15 minutes on this. I will advise you at 6 minutes in the event you want time to have questions asked. If you choose to continue to speak, that's fine, or stop whenever you're comfortable, okay? Okay. Thank you very much. So I recognize Terry.
Hi, good evening. My name is Terry Giffin. I am the sister of Stephen Giffin and the daughter of Cyril Giffin. And I'm a little emotional now because I actually wasn't sure what Lee was going to say, and so it actually brought up a few things for me as she was speaking. I'm here to speak to Bill 21 and specifically to Clause 10. Clause 10 creates a process to automatically repeal unproclaimed legislation. I urge the committee to amend Bill 21 to repeal Clause 10. As an alternative, the committee should amend Bill 21 to exempt the Security and Investigative Service Act and I'll refer to that as CISA, from automatic repeal. I'm going to start by setting out my deep concerns with Clause 10. If Clause 10 becomes law, legislation that has been duly enacted by the Nova Scotia Legislative Assembly, received royal assent, and is waiting to be proclaimed by Cabinet can be summarily ignored by a government and allowed to die a quiet death a decade later. Clause 10 undermines parliamentary democracy. It allows the government to bypass the ordinary legislative process to table a bill and publicly defend why that earlier legislation should now be repealed. At this moment in history, democracy and the rule of law are under sustained attack just across the border. Canada is the victim of the abuse of executive power by President Trump. Yet Bill 21 proposes to bypass the legislative process and enhance executive power. Parliamentary democracy is what makes Nova Scotia and Canada who we are. This has never been more important. Bill 21 should be amended to drop Clause 10, and I'll provide you with a concrete example to explain why. You've already heard a little bit about CISA, but I will speak a little bit about the Security Investigative Service Act and the impact that Clause 10 will have on that legislation. CISA received royal assent in 2010, a decade after my brother Stephen Giffin's death at the hands of a bar manager and bouncer at a local bar in 1999. Following his death, my father, Cyril Giffin, worked for 10 years to get legislation passed that would protect other Nova Scotians by ensuring security staff in all bars across the province were trained, registered, and met criteria to ensure they were appropriate for this role. After 2010, we believed that CISA was enforced and being applied across the province. We have a picture taken at this legislature with then Minister of Justice and our parents who were invited to celebrate the enactment of the legislation. In December 2022, Ryan Sawyer died because of injuries sustained at the Halifax Ale House on December 24th at the hands of bar employees. The incident was shockingly similar to how our brother was killed. We were shocked, of course, to learn through the media that CISA had never been proclaimed into force by Cabinet. CISA was the government's pledge to the people of Nova Scotia to ensure no other family would suffer the same tragedy as we did. But this is exactly what happened. Had CISA been proclaimed, Ryan Sawyer would still be alive. The bouncer on staff that night would not have been on duty because of an existing assault charge that had occurred just 2 months earlier.
There's no rush.
Yeah, thank you. We have made several attempts to reach out to government officials to try to understand the reasons behind their failure to proclaim CISA and to ensure it would finally be proclaimed. My lawyer, Sujit Chowdhury, wrote a letter to Attorney General and Minister of Justice Brad Johns on April 16, 2024. He received a response from Barbara Kerr, a lawyer at Nova Scotia Department of Justice, on May 29, 2024. I have put that correspondence into evidence. I'm assuming that you have received it. It was electronically sent.
Yes, we have it.
You have
Yes,
received
yes,
it.
Yep.
And I hope maybe you've had a chance to read it. To this day, government is unclear about the status of CISA. Ms. Kerr states there were no plans to repeal CISA, and I quote, "The government was indeed keeping under consideration the commencement of the CISA." But on May 12, 2024, the province issued a press release announcing new measures on bar security. These measures are sorely inadequate when compared to CISA. First of all, CISA applies to all security guards, including bouncers, at lounges, bars, and restaurants with liquor licenses across the province. There are over 242 establishments in downtown Halifax alone with liquor license. But the new measures only apply, and I thought it was 5 businesses defined as Class A cabarets, but apparently it's now only 3 businesses defined as Class A cabarets. CISA establishes a licensing regime for security guards and requires a criminal record check on application or renewal. The new measures do not. CISA is provincial legislation. The new measures are not entrenched in law, and they can be withdrawn at the whim of the executive. Clearly, this government has no intention of ever proclaiming CISA into force. And if the legislature enacts Bill 21, Clause 10 will repeal CISA once and for all. Clause 10 adds insult to injury to my family, to the memories of my brother and father. Sorry.
Just a moment.
To the Sawyer family and to all Nova Scotians. According to my lawyer, Cabinet's failure to proclaim CISA into force is illegal. I refer you to page 8 of Mr. Chowdhury's letter to Attorney General Johns, where he states, and I'm quoting, "When legislation contains a commencement provision which confers on the provincial cabinet the power to proclaim it into force on a later date, the cabinet has a legally limited power to determine when to bring that law into force. The provincial cabinet does not have the power to determine whether the legislation should be brought into force at all." CISA is not the only law that Clause 10 would repeal without a proper and full debate in the legislature. The Coastal Protection Act was passed in 2019. This government has announced it will not proclaim it. In 2029, Clause 10 will automatically repeal it. I'm going to conclude now.
6 minutes. Yep.
My point is simple. If the government wants to repeal legislation, it must do so through the existing legislative process with open and public debate. I am requesting that you amend Bill 21 to remove Clause 10 to protect parliamentary democracy in this province. As an alternative, I propose that Bill 21 exempts CISA. Clauses 11 and 12 exempt the Offshore Petroleum Resource Act and Oil and Gas Operations Act from the process of automatic repeal established by Clause 10. To honor the legislature's promise to Nova Scotians and the memories of Stephen Giffin and Ryan Sawyer, I implore you to do the same for CISA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions? MLA Wozni.
Thank you so much for your sobering and powerful first voice testimony about the shortcomings of the proposed legislation and the negative impact that following through with it as currently constituted would inflict upon you and your family, the families of other victims that CISA would have protected but failed to do so as in its unproclaimed state. I share your view that it is wholly unsettling and self-serving for the government to identify legislation which would remain unrepealed that fits in with its political priorities and yet wipe CISA from existence, despite promises from a number of governments to proclaim it into action. My question is this, and I asked a variation of this question to the previous speaker. Clause 10 proposes a 10-year interval of repeal, that any legislation unproclaimed within a 10-year window would automatically be repealed. Is there any interval of automatic repeal that would address the concerns that you've raised here today in your mind?
Yeah, I apologize. I recognize Lee. I'm following the discussion.
Terry,
Okay.
that's okay. No,
Sorry.
I don't think so. I believe that the ability to debate this at the Legislative Assembly and to have a full public debate is what's necessary. And I think if the government needs to do housekeeping on laws that are sitting somewhere not being enacted, then they need to come up with a process that does not disrupt our democratic principles in order to achieve that. That answers the question.
Additional questions? I thank you very much, Terry. Thank you. So that is the end of presentations on Bill 21, and I am looking for a motion to move it back to the House. Pardon? I recognize the MLA for Halifax Chebucto. Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I don't have one of those. Can somebody get me one of those?
I move that this bill not be referred back to the House and instead be returned to the sponsoring minister and their department for further analysis and development, including respectful public engagement and economic analyses.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So, does that have a seconder?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't need a second.
Don't need a seconder, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary minded?
Nay.
The nays carry. The motion remains on the floor to move this back to the House. Do we have a mover? I recognize the MLA Corcoran Creek.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Bill 21, the Justice Administration Amendment 2025 Act, be reported back to the House without amendment.
All in favor?
On the question. Maybe let's speak on the motion.
Gordon?
What's the question? Sorry.
He wants to know if he can speak on the motion.
Yes.
Yes. I recognize MLA for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just very quickly, I appreciate the motion that my colleague put on the floor, just based on the really passionate presentations that we received tonight from the presenters. I would implore that the government take a second look at this, to bring it back to the department so that they can actually go through what is necessary. This will probably be voted on by the government, and we'll have a chance to make amendments and have that debate at the House. But I do think that the government needs to really take a second look at this before it goes forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So now I'm calling the question, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so now all in favor of returning this bill to the, move this bill back to the House? Opposed?
Nay.
The bill will be moved back to the House. Before we so our next speaker is on Bill 68, the Financial Measures Act. Speaker will be Duncan Robertson for the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Mr. Robinson, how would you like to be referred?
Duncan, Mr. Robertson, either.
I'll call you Mr. Robinson. Haven't done. Mr. Robinson, you have had you have 15 minutes. You've heard my previous spiel. I will let you know with 6 minutes remaining, and you can decide where we go from there. Okay? Thank you very much. I recognize Mr. Robinson.
Chair Taggart, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to join you today to speak on Bill 68. My name is Duncan Robertson. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs for Nova Scotia at the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that represents 4,200 small and medium-sized businesses in the province and 1,000 across Canada. Today I'll be speaking in favor of the Financial Measures Act 2025, specifically Clause 34, which legislates a reduction in the small business tax rate from 2.5% to 1.5% and increases the eligibility threshold from $500,000 of business income to $700,000 of business income, which is the largest in Canada. CFIB has been leading the charge on this change and is appreciative of the Nova Scotia government listening to the concerns of our members and providing much needed tax relief to our province's small businesses. We would also like to thank all parties for committing to reducing the small business tax rate during the 2024 provincial election, showing that there is a clear consensus that the tax environment our province's small businesses face needs improvement. With 66 cents out of every dollar spent at a small business going right back into their local community, it is crucial now more than ever we provide small businesses with the environment they need to catch up, keep up, and get ahead by reducing the cost of doing business whenever possible. The tax relief announced in the 2025-2026 budget is good news for small businesses in Nova Scotia. According to CFIB's monthly business barometer, tax costs are and have been a serious concern for small businesses, with 77% of our members in Nova Scotia saying tax costs are a major cost constraint on their business. Now, when we drill deeper into these numbers and ask what kind of tax reduction should be prioritized, close to 8 in 10 of our members in Nova Scotia cited the small business tax. When we compare this result to other provinces, we find that our members in Nova Scotia have the highest percent wanting to see a reduction in the small business rate than any other province in Canada. It is also important to note that the savings from these tax reductions will be directed right back into small businesses and in turn their local communities. When asked what they would do with these savings, 2 in 3 say they would improve their ability to attract and retain much needed labor by improving or enhancing wages or benefits. Half would also use these savings to pay down debt or consider expanding. It is also important to stress the timeliness of this change, with 7 in 10 small businesses facing exceptional uncertainty as a result of the ongoing tariff situation. These tax changes will give much needed relief to small businesses' top cost concern when it is needed most. This change may also help our province be more competitive, growing from the 3rd highest small business tax rate to now the 3rd lowest in Canada. And overall, we hope this change is the first of many steps towards making Nova Scotia's tax system one that supports our small businesses and lets them keep more of their money in their business so they can continue doing what they do best, providing local goods and services to their local communities. Looking towards the next budget, we hope to see continued progress on this front. Ideally, we would want to see all Atlantic provinces harmonize their small business tax rate to 1%, which it is right now currently in Prince Edward Island. Additionally, for added certainty in an ever more uncertain world, we would also like to see the eligibility threshold that I mentioned previously be indexed to inflation going forward. In closing, we'd like to thank the Government of Nova Scotia for listening to the concerns of our members and taking action on one of their key priorities. We look forward to seeing the Financial Measures Act passed, and we encourage government to continue this progress towards an improved tax environment for Nova Scotian small businesses. We hope our members' views and recommendations will provide your committee with the necessary insights as you consider feedback from the public. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions should you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you. Thank you for coming. We all support that piece of legislation when it comes to the business tax. But my question, I guess, is around tariffs. So have you met with the government about tariffs, and has the government followed up with you since you've had that initial meeting?
Sorry, just wait. I recognize Mr. Robinson.
So we've met with a number of ministers and have brought up tariffs for sure. Recently, we met with the Department of Growth and Development with our recent tariff data that was shared with all parties. Additionally, we've taken part in the consultations that have been going on with the Intergovernmental Affairs. We're waiting, of course, for follow-up, as this is an ever-changing situation. But we appreciate, all parties understanding that this is a concern for particularly small businesses. Of course, there's understandably a focus on industrial businesses, but ensuring that small businesses are included in that conversation is definitely important, and I think we've had that conversation with all parties. Yeah. I
recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
So just to confirm, so the government has not presented you with any kind of plan that they're going to support small business through the tariff situation to date? You said you've had some initial conversations with government, but just because I see a lot of the marketing coming from the government, but my concern is that there's been no, if you're telling me you're having initial conversations and there's no follow-up on a plan, that's really kind of where I'm at right now, because we're in the middle of this thing. So I guess my question is through you, Mr. Chair, to Duncan. So they haven't presented you with their plan to support small business across the province at this point?
I recognize Mr. Robinson.
I would say, we've definitely seen the actions that they're taking, and they have been in discussion with us. I think the tariff hotline is something that would be accessed by small businesses as well. There are services out there, and we are seeing the expansion of marketing for local businesses through Nova Scotia Loyal. But of course, we want to see new actions, and of course, pushing government to go as far as they can. But again, hopefully, unfortunately though, as this tariff situation continues, I'm hoping to see again some continued support. We know there is that $200 million contingency fund, and we have pressed upon government and all parties that there must be some access to small businesses. Whatever programs you introduce for large industrial businesses, we want to see that also being able to be accessed by local businesses as well, as they are going to be impacted and have already been impacted by the tariff situation going on.
Thank you very much. I recognize the MLA for Clayton Park West.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that you're happy and excited about the reduction from 2.5% to 1.5% and the increase of the small business limit. I wanted to just simply ask tonight, would you feel like the government has been listening and are credible players in wanting to help see the growth of small businesses thrive, even regardless of whatever happens on the side of the border?
I recognize Mr. Robinson.
Yes, I mean, on the small business tax rate, they have listened. I'll also point out that prior to the election, we did push for the reduction to be 1%. Now, we're not going to, look a gift horse in the face for sure, but definitely understanding that there is more room to grow, and we will be pushing for that additional change. But of course, this is a great first step. I mean, this will provide thousands of dollars to small businesses at a time where many will need it, and particularly when costs are increasing. We also want government to be mindful, again, that they are additionally adding some costs to small businesses, particularly around payroll costs, et cetera. So ensuring that this is the first step of many, like I said, is definitely important. And we definitely appreciate the openness of government to meet with us and discuss these changes, as well as all parties. And it definitely showed during the election with all parties supporting our ask. And hopefully, going forward, we see some more progress as well.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Any further questions? So I thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we move to Bill 1, Government Organization and Administration and Act of Respecting, and Mr. Riley Rhodes, apologize. So Riley Rhodes, and we're going to have 10 minutes. How would you like to be addressed?
Fine.
Mr.?
Yes.
Yep, thank you. Yep. Okay, and you have 10 minutes, as you've heard me say before. I'll let you know with like 1 minute left, or at 6 minutes in the event you want to take questions. Otherwise, you can continue to speak until the full 10 minutes is up, okay?
Thank you.
I thank you very so you can go ahead and in
Halifax.
I recognize Riley.
I'm here today to talk about Bill 1, specifically clauses 18, 19, 32, and 32. 32 and 33. I want you to truly think about who is primarily changing personal information. Spoiler alert, it's mostly trans people. This bill unduly targets trans people. It seeks to give the government the power to deny changes to personal information if it's considered vexatious, but makes no clarification as to what is considered or what can be considered vexatious. Am I vexatious? Are my friends vexatious? The United States sure would think so. In Texas alone, there is a bill to make public existence as a trans person a felony. The United States falling off a cliff into fascism should not be reason or permission for us to inch towards that cliff. We are better than this bill. I I also believe this bill to be a violation of the Charter, specifically Section 36, subsection C, which states the Government of Canada and the provincial governments are committed to providing essential public services of reasonable quality to all Canadians. And Section 15, which states each individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to equal benefit of the law without discrimination. So I urge you to remove clauses 18, 19, 32, and 33. And I'm open to questions if there are any.
I recognize the MLA for Cape Breton, Whitney Pierre.
Thank you, and I want to thank you for being here and participating in the democratic process. I can hear in your voice that this is a very emotional topic, an important topic to you. And you're doing wonderful. As someone who just said that they're not great at public speaking, you're doing very wonderful, and I thank you for being here. And take as much time as you need, but are you able to really dive deep in and explain a little bit more on how you feel that this that these sections that you mentioned can affect the transgender community?
Sorry. I recognize Mr. Rhodes.
So personal information includes name changes and gender markers. So for clauses 18 and 32 and 33, it states that the municipality can deny any of that. So I would assume, given the vagueness of that, that would be any municipal employer, anything municipal. Trying to think of what else could possibly be municipal. But clauses 18 and 19 are quite vague. They just said any head of a public body. So is that driver's licenses? Is that IDs? Is that birth certificates? What is that? It makes no clarification. It just says any head of a public body.
I recognize the MLA for Cape Breton, Whitney Pierre.
Thank you, and thank you for providing more. And I understand it. I just felt like other people who may not. Do you also feel, Mr. Rhodes, that this can also hamper anyone, maybe yourself as well, the ability to get access to your own records?
Oh, sorry. I recognize Mr. Rhodes.
Given the possibility that statistics, no. I'm blanking on what it's called, but it is federal. The system where you change your name, should that be different? Vital statistics, yes, thank you. Should that be different than whatever Nova Scotia has for your birth certificate or ID? I would imagine, yes, they could deny any sort of personal requests for information.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Rhodes, and I want to commend you on your presentation. Thank you. Next, we have we're moving to the Financial Measures Act 2025. Our first speaker on this will be Don Kite. Yep. Thank you, sir. If you want to come forward while you're, how would you like to be recognized, sir?
Don is satisfactory.
Thank you, Don.
I have presentations as
Just the folks here will hand them out for you. You've heard my little spiel a couple of times, so I'll let you know at 6 minutes. If you want questions, you can wrap up or you can just keep on speaking, okay?
Thank you.
And so I recognize Don.
Thank you. I recognize your tie. Thank you.
Thank you. Hard to miss it, isn't it?
Lovely. I really like it. Thank you. I addressed this to the Honorable Becky Druin, the MLA, Lunenburg West Minister of Justice and Attorney General, as chair, and I recognize Mr. Outhit as the vice chair. So I was unaware that she would not be present. Madam Chair and Mr. Chair and honorable committee members, I'm here this evening to address proposed changes to the Nova Scotia Financial Measures Act, specifically the proposal to amend the non-resident deed transfer tax to 10% for non-Nova Scotians buying residential property within our province. My name is Don Kite, and I have a home at 784 Shore Road in Edgerton, Nova Scotia, Pictou County. For those who are unaware of Edgerton, we are a suburb of Mirigamish, which is a suburb of Lower Barneys River. We are located on Highway 245 between Sutherland's River and Antigonish. On March 6th, 2025, I wrote Premier Tim Houston, who is also MLA for Pictou East, to express my concerns about doubling the non-resident deed transfer tax to 10%. I would like to briefly review a summary of this letter with the committee. British Columbia introduced their non-resident provincial deed transfer tax in 2007 for what appears to be legitimate concerns about foreign purchases of residential property. I am not sure the same concern currently exists in Nova Scotia. This tariff appears to be a political viewpoint rather than a business issue. Thus, as is noted in the press, a potential tax gain is minuscule on a $16.5 billion revenue expectation for fiscal 2026. Why invoke the ire of Nova Scotians? I have to note a spelling error when it missed in my spell check. Why invoke the ire of Nova Scotians at a time when externally induced tariffs are forcing both uncertainty and a change of buying habits that support the slogan, "Buy Canadian"? As you've heard from others, this proposed tax increase could affect multiple areas within Nova Scotia, including estate planning. As older Nova Scotians prepare to transition from an owner-occupied home to an apartment, or trustfully, for me, not a nursing home, conditions may not permit a family member to move back to Nova Scotia within the 6-month reprieve period. Additionally, potential purchasers of rural homes are often seasonal residents who then use local trades for repair, upkeep, and security. These potential purchasers may eventually move to Nova Scotia, but timing may not be on their side. To avoid this unnecessary tax increase, this also applies to non-rural areas as well. Thus, implementation of this proposed tax should be at least delayed until, 1, there is more clarity on the effect of the U.S. imposed tariffs. 2, specific facts on Nova Scotia housing trends can be obtained from the Canadian Real Estate Report on average resale prices. The stock market has stabilized. The past 7 weeks have seen a stock market tumble due mostly to uncertainty. The stock market hates uncertainty. There's no need to exacerbate this uncertainty by imposing a non-resident provincial deed transfer tax that would be considered less than a rounding error in government spending. Like a mosquito, this tax could be more of an irritant than a source of tax revenue. A change until the next fiscal period would not be untoward. Our Nova Scotia government has taken the lead to adjust barriers to interprovincial trade. Let us open Nova Scotia housing free of non-resident deed transfer tax to all Canadians. Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, apologize. Now is the time to take a stand and either eliminate, change, or delay implementation of the proposed hike in the non-resident deed transfer tax. Nova Scotians also seek free trade on Nova Scotia house purchases by our fellow Canadians. Thank you for your time, attention, and attention. Respectfully submitted, Don Kite.
Thank
Questions?
you, Don. And I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Pierre.
Good evening. How are you? I hope you're well. I want to thank you for coming here. I've been telling this to everyone because it's so important to participate in the democratic process and to have Nova Scotian voices heard in this realm. You mentioned British Columbia introducing their non-residential provincial deed transfer tax as a way regarding the concerns about foreign purchases. Do you think that the deed transfer tax either should be eliminated altogether, or that it should that increase should not affect Canadians, or both?
I recognize Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you're very wise, being a fellow Cape Bretoner. Certainly, as I said, that within the Canadian country, the country of Canada, we're now trying to reduce the border, interprovincial border issues. And I think that would certainly be all, this should be for all Canadians. In British Columbia, from my recollection, there were people from other countries coming in and buying homes that stayed abandoned for years and years and years. I don't pretend to be an expert in this area. I'm a senior citizen who eventually has to pass this house on to somebody. And the challenge is when you add 10% to a house in the city or a house in the country, it may not happen. That's why I challenge or suggest to the government, I don't challenge, I suggest to the government that the increase from $11 million from this tax last year, plus or minus, to projected $28 million from my recollection from the newspapers, may not happen. Basically, you're dealing with a law of diminishing returns. If you increase the input costs, decrease the demand. You don't have to have a PhD to figure that out. So to answer your question, my preference is that I'm not sure of the value of the tax. If it only raised $11 million out of a $16.5 billion revenue collection, it's like a mosquito. It's a gnat. So, you know, we're going through some challenging times, as some of my previous speakers mentioned. Why bother to increase that challenge? Is my thought. So, A, delay. B, keep it the way it is. And C, eliminate. Whichever is best for Nova Scotia. I think 10 is wrong for Nova Scotia, given what I just said.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member from Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you. More of a comment than the question. I'm happy to respond, but I think consistency is really kind of key. But if we're 5% here and it's 5% across the board, you make a good point, and the argument's been made around interprovincial trade, and this actually, yeah, it becomes a barrier. It's almost like a barrier when we're trying to take barriers away. As a caucus, we don't support the increase. The Liberal caucus, because as you said, like when you look at the whole scheme of things, the amount of money that it will generate in a tariff war, in a situation where there's inconsistency around travel, will actually hurt demand, because we're going to have a lot of families potentially that could be in a tough spot. And government's going to be focusing on a lot of supports there, whether it's here or across the province. So I just want to say I appreciate you coming in, bringing that perspective from it. I hear from the realtors at home, it is going to drive down demand for sure. In a lot of cases, I think what the government's trying to do around, well, you know, the argument is we're trying to give young people a chance. A lot of times these properties aren't, they're not residential in the sense a lot of times like these are properties that you wouldn't live in 24 months of the year. Some of them would be, sure, but in a lot of cases, these are cottages, these are seasonal stuff. So I just wanted to, you're from Cape Breton, I'm from Cape Breton, and when a Cape Bretoner comes all the way to Halifax, you got to show the respect. So thanks. So thanks for coming today. I appreciate your comments. Yes.
I recognize Don. Do you have a comment on that?
No, I appreciate what the honourable members have said, and I ask this committee to forward to the government the comments that I've made, which are a concern for rural Nova Scotia and also within the city. You know, I won't go on beyond my time, but a $400,000 house in the city is $40,000 could make a big difference in the sale or non-sale. That's one point. Number two is people coming from, you know, we're all aware of people, Nova Scotians have friends and relatives who've gone to Alberta to make their living. In the old days was going to Toronto, now it's Alberta. And some have done very well and they've saved up enough money to buy homes, but they may not be ready to come home. And so the 6 month barrier, 6 months is the barrier. So with respect, I have pretty well stated my case. I ask you to consider it very sincerely, and I thank you very much. If there's any other questions, I'll take them. If not, I'll take my leave.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Clayton Park West.
Hi, Don. It's really nice having you here, and I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. You know, just having people being part of the democratic process, being able to have their voices being heard. I think it's a tremendous, you know, opportunity, and I really want to appreciate your time for being here. I just want to you spoke about how it affects in terms of estate planning, right, as in regarding that. But like I'm sure like you know about life, that there are many aspects to a thing rather than just one aspect, right? So obviously this is not supposed to be a revenue generating initiative, because I know we spoke to the effect about $10 million was gotten last year, and there's a projection of about $28 million. But it's not for revenue generating. It's for the opportunity for Nova Scotians to be able to compete favorably within the estate market, to be able to purchase those type of houses. And so I'm just wondering whether you think whether you think that this would give the average Nova Scotian the opportunity to be able to purchase a house if they're competing with somebody who doesn't reside here. And I don't know if you're aware also that if somebody who wants to move in here is not able to do it in 6 months, they have the opportunity to apply for an extension, so that the 6 months is not a hard fix. It's not something that is hard fixed. It's something that, based on conversations with the individuals within the department, an extension is possible. So I'm just wondering, because part of what we are hoping to achieve is to see how we can give Nova Scotians an edge in the competition, because we see a lot of empty homes, a lot of empty cottages, a lot of empty houses that are presently being bought or owned by people who don't reside here. And we want to be able to give Nova Scotians an opportunity. I'm just wondering, do you think that's fair enough for us as a government to take that kind of position, or to have that kind of idea to be able to allow people to be able to compete favorably? Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Don with 58 seconds.
I'm suggesting this might be a solution searching for a problem. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Do we have additional questions?
I have from the shipyard. Oh, yeah, there you go.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Don.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
As we move on, next presenter is also under Bill 68 Financial Measures Act, Suzanne Gravel, and I'm sure she loves my tie. Thank you, Suzanne. Before we begin, congratulations on becoming president of the Nova Scotia Association of Realtors.
The end of March.
I see.
After our AGM.
Okay.
I do have some
15,
Thank you, Suzanne. How would you like to be referred to, as Ms. Gravel? Or
Yes, that's Suzanne's fine.
Thank you, Suzanne. As you've heard me say before, you've got 15 minutes. I'll let you know at 6. Or any time before that, you can start taking questions, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So I recognize Suzanne.
So good evening, everyone. As Mr. Chair said, my name is Suzanne Gravel. I'm the incoming president for the Nova Scotia Association of Realtors. We are the professional association for realtors in Nova Scotia and the voice of real estate in our province. There are currently registered over 2,100 realtors, members of our association across the province, working with thousands of property buyers and sellers each year. Realtors have data and expertise on housing issues that are valuable to government, and they generally will come to us for data and for information and for stats. We work with several government departments on policies and programs related to housing, including the Down Payment Assistance Program, which we put together and brought it to Nova Scotia Housing, and they implemented that. It was totally 100% Nova Scotia Association of Realtors that did that. We also work with the economic development opportunities and increasing housing supply to find solutions for that. I'm here to talk to you today about the increase of the provincial deed transfer tax, or the PDTT. After this increase was quietly announced in the budget, NSAR heard from concerned members, clients, and partners across the province about the negative impacts it will have. NSAR reached out to the Premier, the Minister of Finance, Minister of Growth and Development on this, but we've to date had no response. The different departments will have received over 1,000 letters so far. We started a letter writing campaign, and so they're letters from realtors, local business people, investors, economic development partners, municipal leaders, and have sent to the Premier, Minister of Finance, Minister of Growth and Development, opposing this increase in tax. We understand the province is looking for additional revenue sources. However, this punitive tax makes us the only province adding a tariff on other Canadians who want to own property in our province. Doubling the PDTT is counterproductive to the province's effort to reduce interprovincial trade barriers. It is a tariff on the trade in real estate at a time when we are actively fighting against tariffs and working to open interprovincial trade. Increasing the provincial deed transfer tax hurts communities outside Halifax the most. We have heard from partners in rural Nova Scotia, and one of the most major one that a lot of talk is going right now is the Cape Smoky Holdings. Very familiar with that, anyone? They have serious concerns about how this will negatively impact their rural projects. The foreign buyers ban does not affect communities that have 10,000 or less people. So, and I'll just touch a little bit on Cape Smoky. This person has come from another country, Prague, I believe he's from, and he's decided to build in Cape Smoky, and he thought that he would be able to sell these condos. He's invested tens of millions of dollars. And now adding 10,000, and it's not just 10%, because there is also the local deed transfer tax that's on top of that. So it's going to be 11.5%. That would be put on to someone if it's 1.5%, like Halifax is 1.5%. Some communities are only 1%. So it's the local deed transfer tax on top of this. So this will add $11,000, $11,500 to every $100,000 of purchase to properties in most areas. Seasonal homeowners already pay high tax rate because they don't benefit from a cap rate on property assessments. Purchasers and buyers, they contribute to local economies, provide increased funds for community improvement, small business, and local services. They also invest in local charities, support small businesses, and bring tourism dollars. These contributions are substantial, and this tax will divert away from potential economic benefits from these communities. This tax will impact not only out-of-province buyers, but also local sellers, particularly in rural area. Now, I'd like to address a comment that you made earlier about how this will lessen the effect of competitive offers and how it is. That is not something that we are seeing, and we don't have any data that supports that at all. Minister Lohr, even himself, has said that the $11 million or the tariff, the 5%, does not show any kind of significant change or opportunity or lessen the opportunity for local Nova Scotians to be purchasing properties. There are still multiple offers on properties, and those are properties between $350,000 and $500,000, which will happen regardless of where they are. But the rural properties, they're not getting those competitive offers like that. That is just not happening, really. It's not. There's no evidence to support that. You may think this only impacts wealthy Canadians in other provinces, but families in our province will feel the impact of increased PDTT. This includes families conducting estate planning, such as transferring family cottages to children out of province. These children, now responsible for managing a generational property, will be burdened with increased taxation simply because they do not live here year-round. It will also impact parents buying homes for their children to attend post-secondary institutions in Nova Scotia, whether within Nova Scotia, Wolfville, Antigonish, Sydney, or other communities. Did you know that on an average of 10 to 15% of new condos or new housing developments have purchasers or investors from outside of Canada and abroad who then rent them to residents of Nova Scotia who may be first-time home buyers looking to save money renting? These people will stop investing in our projects with these additional tariffs, jeopardizing these projects and reducing housing for Nova Scotia. It's a trade barrier that drives away capital investment. At a time when we're trying to remove interprovincial trade barriers, it just sounds contradictory to everyone. That one side we're saying we want to open our borders, allow people to come in, and on the other side we're going to tax you 10% for considering doing so. I think it's important to keep in mind who the tariffs affect negatively, the residents of Nova Scotia, and how this is reflected to the rest of the country and abroad. Minister Lohr, like I had said, admitted the current 5% has had little impact or desired outcome government thought it would have. It has not impeded the power of buying Nova Scotia and Nova Scotians. I will just quickly, as a realtor, I reached out to some colleagues of mine to please send me some real cases because I'd like to be able to cite some real cases. This one here, a young medical professional lives and works in Nova Scotia and intends to purchase a property. Her parents help with the purchase and the lender requires them to be on title. The lender won't agree to the title being tenants in common, so they can't specify a reduced ownership percentage for the parents. After April 1st, they will have to pay 2/3 of the 10% of the purchase price. They decide against purchasing and this medical professional has moved elsewhere. Ontario parents wish to purchase a house in Antigonish for their children to go to St. Avex. The seller, they attend St. Avex. The house is in an area of student housing, so of little interest to locals. The seller is self-employed with no pension and wishes to retire. The 10% PDT reduces the market value of his home, so he has less to retire on. So just as a realtor, I can tell you that when we add 10% to it, the seller and the buyer is going to have to increase it by 10%, which has absolutely no impact on the purchase of the house. It has nothing to do with the house at all. The seller then is considered having to reduce their selling price by 10%, therefore having less financial gain on a property that they may have had for forever. This is an investment. So we're not really asking for it to be, we don't think that it should be totally gone. 2.5% seems reasonable. We are 1.5% on our property deed transfer tax now locally, so we are expected to pay something to the government. We anticipate that. Another 1% to non-residents, and this would, and also there was also another really good idea here as well from a, so sorry, I got off track. If there are multiple owners on title and one of them is a Nova Scotia taxpayer, exempt that purchase extend the provision for moving to Nova Scotia from 6 months to 2 years, and reduce the tax to 2.5%, somewhere in there, because even the 5%, even though we are doing
We're at
it.
6 minutes, Suzanne.
Thank you. Even though it's 5% and we are doing it and people are grumbling about it, they still do it because they really have no choice. I've sold a couple of condos downtown recently to people for their kids to be going to school, going to Dalhousie. And they come in knowing that that's going to do, but that's not everyone. But they're still not very happy about it. And they're outside the province talking about it. You move to Nova Scotia, you're going to get hit with 11.5% that has nothing to do with the purchase of your property. So I'm asking you to please, let's follow the Premier's idea and Ontario's Premier of removing trade barriers and welcoming everybody. Look what's happening in our south. Let's welcome those people in. Even the foreign buyers ban, they can move outside of the areas with 10,000 people or less. And they will, but they're not going to at 10 or 11.5%. So to us, it's a difficult sell for people. It really, really is. So we are keeping people away, and we really need to be bringing in people who want to come from everywhere, not just the U.S. And a lot of them want to come. They want to come. But this is $20,000 on a $200,000 house. That has nothing to do with the purchase of their home. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for being here. Spoke to a lot of your colleagues on the island and beyond who are all expressing the same thing. The issue for me is that the government sees it as a revenue generator, but just took the tolls off the Halifax bridges and lost $60 million a year in revenue. So, I don't understand why they would want to do this in a tariff conversation. It doesn't make any sense. I'm hearing the same stories about people who are trying to move to the island. That, as you said, that development in Ingonish now in jeopardy. From what I see and from what I hear, it's a lovely project, and I don't want to publicly say anything negative about it. It's wonderful, but when policies like this show up, it does put a lot of pressure on these, as you said. So my question is you guys, from a monetary perspective, overall for the industry, for your industry, what does this look like? What kind of hit does it take from a home selling perspective? Because you guys are tracking how many homes you're selling across the province. You're tracking, the amount of sales. What kind of hit are you going to take if this comes into effect? Yes, and that's what I'm asking you to essentially do. Is look at your
Sorry, I recognize Suzanne.
I'm going to look into my crystal ball because all I can tell you is right now, it is the negative conversations that we are having is enough. It's going to spread. It's going to. People are going to move to another province. They're not going to come here. So time will tell on that. But then it's going to be too late. Then what? Are we going to backtrack on that? And then we're going to look foolish. I think that our government will look foolish. That didn't work. We were warned by 2,100 members. If we talk to 10 people a day in a month, how many people is that? That's a lot of people. That's like 600,000 people or so, right? We talk to a lot of people, and not just and people. It's like when you go to a party and you say, I'm a realtor. Everybody wants to talk about real estate. You're a doctor. I got a bad knee, right? So they want to talk about it. So we do talk about it, and all they're talking about right now is people aren't going to come here because of this 11.5%. So it's not just 10. So I'm going to say that it's going to have a very negative effect for sellers not getting the price, buyers having to increase their price.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Thank you. I want to thank you for coming, for participating in the democratic process, for bringing the voices of your members as well as the clients. The D transfer tax, I'm sure you know, it's reared its ugly head again because we've been down this road when we were told that it was for developing housing and yet no money was going to go to housing. That was the last time we were here on this topic. Now we're here on it again. And I think a lot of the solutions you brought forward are pretty important, but what got me was this ending message. The
1 minute.
The PDDT sends the message that Nova Scotia is closed. We're closed for business. We're closed for seasonal residents. We're closed for children and students. And I think you're correct. That is a message. What is so? There was a great thing that you mentioned, and that is people who buy homes for other people here. And do you believe? And I know that must be actually. I think the statistics are probably a lot. Is there a lot of people that buy homes for those who are living in Nova Scotia from outside of Nova Scotia?
I recognize Suzanne.
Yes, parents do. Parents are buying for their kids because university residents they're expensive, they're full, they're not. There's too many trying to live together. So yes, people that can afford do, and there are a lot of people that are doing that. So I mean, they bite that bullet, but they're not happy about it. So they're sending their kids to universities in other provinces.
Order. Time has expired for this speaker. I thank you very much, and look forward to talking to you again. You as well. Take care. Our next speaker is also on the Financial Measures Act, Vince Calderhead. Is Vince on? No, he's not. There we are. Sorry, sir.
He's here.
So, Mr. Calderhead, how would you prefer to be recognized? As Mr. Calderhead or Vince? Or
sorry,
how would you prefer to be recognized, sir?
That's fine. Vince or Mr. Calderhead is fine.
Yep. So I don't think you were here earlier. So you have 15 minutes. If I will remind you when there's 6 minutes left in the event that you wish to leave time for people to ask questions. Okay.
Okay.
And so.
So 15 minutes plus 5, or just?
No,
15?
no. It's a total of 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. And so I recognize Mr. Calderhead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Vincent Calderhead. I'm a lawyer, and I'm a counsel at Pink Larkin, a law firm locally. I come to you today speaking about the Financial Measures Act, and in particular, some of the gaps that I see in the legislation. I should say by way of background that I've been a lawyer for coming on 40 years. I've taught a course called Poverty Law and Human Rights at the law school for 27 years, and worked at Legal Aid for 31 years. So I've immersed myself in the area of social assistance and issues related to poverty in Nova Scotia. I'd like to speak to you this evening about some shortcomings in the Financial Measures Act and some recommendations that I would urge you to make to the government. What you've got is and I prepare this annually, it's what I call my budget briefing note. This is what the Nova Scotia budget does, what the impacts are for people in receipt of social assistance. And what you have before you is every single dollar, every single benefit that someone in receipt of social assistance is eligible for. I then set out several family scenarios. So and we can look at what they do. And then I look at, looking at their total income, how close does that come to the poverty line? What is the gap between what they receive from the government and what they need to have an income that meets the poverty line? So on that first page, you'll see the standard household rate, which is the basic needs social assistance, poverty reduction credit, which you may or may not have heard of, affordable living tax credit, and the Nova Scotia child benefit. Those are the 4 benefits that Nova Scotia provides to people in receipt of social assistance. From here, I'll compare those to the poverty line. In 2019, Canada, after decades of being urged to adopt an official poverty line, and as a result, we're able for the first time to compare total incomes to the poverty line. So if you sat here this evening and said, well, a single parent or a single person with a disability, how close does their social assistance income take them to the poverty line? And make a private mental guess as to what that would be, and then we'll have a very quick look at it. So in the following pages, I've set out different scenarios. The first one is social assistance for a single adult without disabilities, owning or renting. And I won't take you through all of these, but essentially what I do is I set out every single dollar income. I also compare it to last year and this year. If you look about 2/3 of the way down the page, you'll see a line total income. That's $818 a month. That's the total income for a single person in receipt of social assistance. Annualized, that's $9,800. What's the official poverty line for this year in Nova Scotia? $28,720. What's the gap? How many more dollars do they need to bring them to the poverty line? $18,904. What percentage of the poverty line does the social assistance income bring someone to in this situation? 34%. I won't take you through, for purposes of time, the various scenarios, but you'll see on the next page, it's a single adult who's boarding. The next page is single adult with disabilities. And I should point out that in terms of income assistance, the largest single category is single people with disabilities. Probably 70% of all recipients are single people with disabilities. Let's quickly cut down there to the 2/3 point where you'll see total income, $17,000 a year. How does that compare to the poverty line? $28,000. So again, an $11,000 gap. Someone with disabilities gets more money than someone without. Even there, it's less than 60% of the poverty line. Just to the left of it, you'll see what it was last year, 59%. The following page, it's a single parent with a 2-year-old child. This is now taking into account GST, Canada Child Benefit, every imaginable benefit. What does it bring them to? 50% of the poverty line. Last year, it was 57.8%. The final scenario I'll take you to is a couple with 2 children, aged, for example, 10 and 15. Bottom line, 62% of the poverty line. Bear in mind that Stats Canada defines deep poverty as anything below 70% of the poverty line. Okay, the next page is a page of observations. Essentially what you can see in a very graphic, at-a-glance view are all of those scenarios, and each one now is summarized in that one table. Again, each of the total income as a percentage of the poverty line, 30% someone who's boarding, 34% a single person. And then it jumps up, single person with a disability, 59, 57%. All of them are profoundly below the poverty line. As you know, last year the province indexed income assistance rates, so they won't fall further and further behind given inflation, but nor are they improving. There wasn't a single increase to social assistance this year, leaving aside indexation. So their overall meaningful, real standard of living is not increased by a penny. I've dropped out, maybe I'll just point out in that last scenario, for example, the one for the single parent on page 5, you'll see the Canada carbon rebate in that scenario paid $51.50 per month. I've put in 0 there. Why? Because as we all know, people urge that the Canada carbon rebate be repealed. So what does that mean in all these scenarios? They lose that. So all of those numbers are as you see them there. Let me conclude by making a request that this committee make 3 recommendations, and you'll see them on the second last page and last page. First of all, the Affordable Living Tax Credit, brought in, I think, in 2009. The last time it was increased was 2011. 14 years ago. In that time, inflation has eroded that value by over 36%. Given the purpose of that credit is to help make life more affordable for low-income people, I've set out in my submissions that it's simply scandalous that a measure intended to assist low-income families has not been increased. Accordingly, I've made that recommendation that the government should increase the affordable living tax credit by 36%, bringing it up, indexing it for inflation, and immediately indexing it going forward. Similarly, the poverty reduction credit. These aren't credits that help people or who are already doing well enough. These are for people already in poverty. This one hasn't been indexed in increased in 7 years. And again, I recommend that it increase the value by 23% and index it going forward. My last recommendation is I note that earlier in the session, a private member's bill was introduced, an act to implement a guaranteed basic income project that called for pilot projects, either one or more, in areas of high child poverty.
6 minutes remaining.
Thank you. That would run for 4 years, at the end of which evaluations would be possible. And those evaluations would be critically important because they would allow us to learn crucial lessons about how not living in poverty, compared to people who are still in poverty, how it impacts them. Elsewhere, it's been found that those kind of lessons would lead to better health, education, and justice system outcomes. So my recommendation there is that the government should immediately adopt, enact, and implement that bill, and I'd recommend that you urge the government to do so. I'm going to end there, allowing questions to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Calderhead. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for being here and for your presentation. It's very much appreciated. I appreciate the objectiveness as well of the information that you're putting forward. It's numbers, so it's very easy for us to look at it and be able to make, come to conclusions. So just to quickly point out, so there was a question that was put out to the Minister of Opportunities of Social Development regarding why there has not been any increases other than sort of attaching it to the rate of inflation, and there was an indication that there was a 41% increase in the budget, and so. As someone who is obviously very knowledgeable in this, would you say that this is, where it's not an increase in the rate? Are we just getting better at, people accessing social services? Are more people living in poverty and needing this? What would you attribute the 41% increase in the budget without a rate increase to?
I recognize Mr. Calderhead.
Thank you. It's a fairly good question. The question arises: how could there have been that degree of increase without the rates having been increased? And that may be possibly the other social assistance program under the Social Assistance Act, that is to say the Disability Support Program. It might be that the much needed and court-ordered improvements are happening in that program, but that gives no excuse whatsoever to tax expenditures happening here or there, or tolls being lifted here or there. Meanwhile, the poorest of the poor are given not a penny.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton, Whitney Pier. Cape Breton, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And Vince, thank you for coming always to now public bills, formerly law amendments, and providing your incredible insight and knowledge. You're someone who leaves a room more educated than they were prior to your presence. We've had many conversations on poverty. Why do you believe, that the government has not done what you've suggested, has not increased the affordable living tax credit immediately and then to index it to the CPI? Why hasn't the government, in your opinion, if you can explain it maybe, increased the value of poverty reduction credit by 23% and then indexed it going forward? And then explain, and then maybe also explain the benefits of what a basic income pilot project could do to help us understand these projects and how they affect people who are living in deep poverty. Because when you look at these numbers, I think it's almost criminal that people are living who are on social assistance and yet still are living in deep poverty.
I recognize Mr. Calderhead with minute 25.
Thank you. It's really difficult to know the government's thinking in obviously being aware of these levels and the failure to do that indexation, and in the face of that, choosing not to increase them, to be very much aware, because social assistance rates are set in cabinet. They're widely known by the public, but set by cabinet, and to choose not to do anything is, as I say, borderline human rights violation. The fact that the government would not embrace the idea of a pilot project, I think, is very disappointing for Nova Scotians. It shows that the government feels that people living in poverty are not important.
Thank you. Honorable, I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Do you know
27 seconds.
Do you know how much money it would save government if they lifted people out of deep poverty?
Yeah. This has been studied.
Oh, sorry, I recognize Mr. Calderhead.
Yeah. I can't give you a dollars and cents number this evening, but these things have been well studied. And what we learn is that any extra dollar you spend lifting people out of poverty, you save $3, $4, $5, $6 in healthcare costs, education costs, and justice system costs.
Thank you, Mr. Calderhead. We move now to Bill 12, Advanced Education Research and Act Representing. We'll move to virtual presentation. The first presentation is Teresa Workman of the Association of Nova Scotia University Teachers. And we'll just wait for Les TV to get that teed up there and carry on. Hello, Ms. Workman. Hello. Hi there. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good.
How are you?
Not bad. Ms. Workman, I just asked how you would like to, first I asked how you'd like to be referred to. Ms. Workman, Teresa, what's your preference?
Either way is fine.
Okay, yep. I don't know if you've been listening in, but just quick for you have 15 minutes on this. I will advise you when there's 6 minutes left. That usually leaves 5 minutes for questions. If you wish, you can take questions before or when you're done, whatever. But I will advise you when you've got 6 minutes. Is that okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. So I recognize Ms. Workman.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Druin and members of the committee. My name is Teresa Workman, and since 2016, I've advocated for faculty associations as the communications manager for the Association of Nova Scotia University Teachers, otherwise known as ANSUT. ANSUT represents over 1,300 faculty at the Atlantic School of Theology, Acadia University, Cape Breton University, Mount St. Vincent University, Nova Scotia College of Art and Design, St. FX University, and University St. Anne. I am also the parent of a university graduate and a recent graduate myself in 2022 and a lifelong Nova Scotian. I do have to say that ANSUT and me were a bit shocked at Bill 12 and the clauses it contains. While it is just one of several outrageous pieces of legislation introduced this session, it has certainly left faculty with an uneasy feeling. If passed, Bill 12 will grant the Minister of Advanced Education unprecedented authority over university governance, research priorities, and institutional decision-making. While the bill is framed as a measure for sustainability and accountability, it carries profound consequences that threaten the very foundation of academic independence and university autonomy. The government's overreach into our institutions is not just an administrative issue. It is a fundamental attack on the ability of universities to foster critical thinking, innovation, and democratic discourse. Bill 12 introduces provisions that allow the minister to withhold funding if a university does not align with government-imposed social and economic priorities. If passed, Research Nova Scotia, an independent organization that funds research in the province, will be forced to align its funding decisions with government-mandated priorities. This gives the minister unilateral power to dictate key research directions. As a result, critical areas of study that may not align with the government's immediate political agenda could see funding cut or eliminated. Imagine if one person is permitted to judge the merit of research into topics such as climate change, forestry, ocean science, indigenous knowledge, gender-based violence, or mental health. Universities exist to cultivate critical thinking, innovation, and academic freedom, not to serve as an echo chamber for government preferences. When research is dictated by political motives rather than intellectual pursuit, the entire province suffers. Additionally, the bill grants the minister the power to impose a revitalization plan at their discretion, meaning universities could be forced into restructuring based on political motives rather than educational needs. This amendment threatens the right to collective bargaining for university employees, including faculty. It also undermines the principle of university autonomy, turning these institutions into little more than extensions of government policy rather than independent centers of learning. Another component of Bill 12 is the creation of the University Board Governance Act. This act allows the minister to appoint up to half of a university's board of governors, thereby granting the government direct influence over university governance. The independence of boards of governors is critical to ensure that universities are run in the best interests of their students, faculty, and communities, not according to the political whims of the government in power. The bill does not take into account the crucial role that senates play in university governance. By undermining this collegial governance model, the bill dismantles the democratic structure that allows universities to function as independent institutions. But perhaps the most alarming effect of this bill is the fear and apprehension that I see that faculty are facing. Faculty across Nova Scotia universities are deeply unsettled by Bill 12, which represents an unprecedented level of government intrusion into post-secondary education institutions. This legislation threatens the fundamental autonomy of universities, shifting power away from academic experts and into the hands of government-appointed administrators with priorities that may not align with the core mission of higher education. The fear is not just about policy changes, it is about the erosion of academic freedom, the potential for politically motivated decision-making, and the chilling effect this will have on both faculty and students. The heavy-handed nature of Bill 12 introduces a new era of uncertainty, where faculty must now weigh the risk of speaking out against government outreach. The appointment of government-selected members to university boards raises concerns about punitive actions against those who dissent, leading to a culture of self-censorship and fear. Historically, universities have thrived as spaces for open discourse, critical thinking, and intellectual exploration. But with Bill 12, there is an ominous shift toward control that prioritizes political and economic agendas over the pursuit of knowledge. There is real fear that this legislation could lead to funding decisions based on compliance rather than academic merit, forcing universities to cater to government-defined social and economic priorities at the expense of disciplines that foster creativity, critical analysis, and innovation. The threat of programs being cut or weakened particularly in the humanities and social sciences, is real, especially for smaller rural institutions that lack the financial flexibility of their urban counterparts. We know that in the past 2 weeks, over 630 people have called or sent letters to the Premier, the Minister of Advanced Education, and to their MLAs. Over 630 people have taken the time to say loud and clear that they want Bill 12 stopped. I urge you, committee members, to strongly recommend that this bill be stopped and that the department work with the universities, including their faculty, to create a transparent and accountable reporting system that considers universities for the academic centers of excellence that they are, without stacked boards, without forced revitalization, and with research priorities that allow our academic excellence to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us. You actually, I'll make a comment and you can respond, but you actually answered my question, because my question was really around the Senate side of things, and people are not talking about that. I've served on the Academic Council, it was called back when I worked at UCCB, now Cape Breton University, and the independence and the decision-making that happens at the Senate level when it comes to the programming and the research and all that stuff is critical. I just can't believe this legislation is here either. Like, I think that there's this message from the government that says, oh, everybody's in support of this legislation. Nobody is in support of this legislation from an administrative or an academic standpoint. So I just want to say thank you for coming to present today and presenting that case that I think people may forget in the whole process when it comes to the academic integrity and that role that the Senate's play in the universities. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Workman, would you like to respond to that?
Well, I think you summed it up. You know, they're not considering the role of senates. We certainly see a slippery slope already with the government priorities pushing micro-credentials, and those micro-credential programs, which ANSET is studying right now and hope to have that study released later this spring, are not being passed through senates. They're bypassing. So all the collective agreements and the faculty that need certain skills to be able to teach at university level, though that's being sidestepped a bit. I also would like to mention that, you know, you said about the bill being passed as something that people want. I've heard it called enabling legislation, and I really would like to know who it enables other than the government and the Department of Advanced Education, because I have not heard that from faculty, I've not heard that from university staff or from administrations that I've spoken with.
Yeah, me either. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview-Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and for coming to present today. So my questions are on average, how much of a current university's board is currently comprised of government-determined representatives, and what is the upper limit of government-determined representatives on a university board that the Association of University Teachers would support? Thank you so much.
I recognize Ms. Workman.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part of that question, that we would support?
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview-Clayton Park.
My apologies. Yes, that the Association of Nova Scotia University Teachers would support.
Oh, that's a very good question.
I recognize Ms. Workman.
That's a very good question. The university boards in Nova Scotia are all different. They have a different makeup and a different number of people. There's actually a report on the structures of Nova Scotia University Boards of Governors that ANSET commissioned, or that ANSET did a few years ago in 2022, that is on our website, anset.ca, and that has the complete makeup of every board at every university in Nova Scotia, all 10 of them. Without looking at that study, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you the exact makeup, but generally there's, 2 or 3 faculty, 2 or 3 students, some administrators, some government folks, and that the makeup is a little different for each one. Does ANZSAT have a number that we would support? No, I believe that would be up to each individual faculty association, and then ANZSAT would support those faculty associations with their decision. But I couldn't give you a number tonight for that because they're very different.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you. Sorry, I've had a bit of a cold or something. Thank you very much, Teresa, for your time. We really do appreciate you coming here to have a conversation and to let us hear your views and your thoughts. I know one of the things that this bill is trying to do is to establish a university board governance to create consistency across all universities and to improve transparency and accountability for board members. And I know that you obviously referenced the fact that this bill will allow for 50% of the board to be representatives of government. The question I ask is, if the province of Nova Scotia is going to be funding, don't you think that it's okay or it's right for them to have a seat at the table to determine where the funding is going to? I've had the opportunity of talking to a couple of students and even some lecturers, some within the HRM, who call to question presently the way some of the run-ins of the university, but I won't go into details about some of their concerns, but we've had scenarios and situations where people talk about faculties with so much lecturers and very few students, but still being well maintained. So obviously we're concerned about the fact that there are a couple of researches that we call to question, and we're bothered about how taxpayers' money is being spent. So my question tonight is simply, if we as a government are going to be funding a research or various researches that is taking place within the university, shouldn't we as a government and as a representative taxpayer, have representatives at that table to at least determine or to see what's being done with taxpayers' money to ensure that taxpayer funds are not being misspent or are not probably being utilized as they should be? Because there are references we could call to if we want to. Thank you.
I recognize Ms. Workman.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. There should certainly be representation, and there should certainly be accountability for those taxpayer dollars. Nobody is saying that there shouldn't. But there's a couple of things there. One of the things is that the previous MOUs and now the differentiated agreements that exist for funding have all listed accountability and transparency reporting in those documents for years and years. But I don't know if it's the government or the administrations or a little bit of both. Those adherences have not been fulfilled. And so that's one way, I guess, to create your accountability. The second way is that, or the second point that I'd like to make is that while a seat at the table is important for a funder, this bill is asking for 50% of the seats at the table. And the funding, on the other hand, well, we are very grateful for provincial funding, and we believe that provincial funding should be increased and not decreased. But it has decreased from 70% in the late 80s to 47%, I believe it was, in the early 2000s, 2018 or something, and now it's 33% funding. So what Dragon's Den episode, if I want to be funny about it, and it's not a funny situation, so I'm not laughing, but what seat at the Dragon's Den?
Order, I'm sorry, your time has expired. Now we will move to, we're still on the Advanced Education and Research Act representing. Our next presenter is virtual, Scott Stewart. We'll just wait for Liz TV to get that teed up, and we'll go from there. Mr. Stewart? Hello?
Hello, there I am. Sorry, I was
Hello.
muted.
Yep, Mr. Stewart. Yes. Mr. Stewart, I guess my first question is, how would you like to be referred to? Mr. Stewart, Scott, what's your preference?
It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Stewart's fine.
Okay. Just a comment, I guess you have 15 minutes on this, sir, and I'll remind you with 6 minutes left in the event that you choose to leave time for questions, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't think I'll take up all my time.
All righty. So I recognize Mr. Stewart.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Chair Druin and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Scott Stewart, and I'm a professor of philosophy at Cape Breton University, where I have taught since 1990. During that time, I was chair of the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies for 14 years, and I served on the Cape Breton University Faculty Association, or CBUFA, executive from 1993 to 2019, and I was CBUFA president from 2013 to 16. I'm currently the president of the Association of Nova Scotia University Teachers, or ANSUT, a position I've held since 2017. ANSUT represents over 1,300 faculty at the Atlantic School of Theology, Acadia University, Cape Breton University, Mount St. Vincent University, Nova Scotia College of Art and Design, St. Francis Xavier University, and University St. Anne. It is in this role that I speak to you tonight regarding Bill 12. Nova Scotia faculty are alarmed at the surprising introduction of Bill 12, and we cannot let it pass without telling you why we feel this way. With absolutely no consultation with the faculty who teach students day in and day out, Bill 12 was crafted to give the Minister of Advanced Education unprecedented power to appoint the majority of members to university boards, dictate that research align only with government priorities, and provide unchecked authority to force universities into a revitalization process. Under the guise of sustainability and accountability, B12 provides the Minister of Advanced Education the power to standardize board composition. We know that the department organized a review of Nova Scotia University boards back in 2022, but despite our asking, we heard nothing about the results of this review until the introduction of Bill 12 on February 19th. The danger here, while limiting boards to no more than 30 members, is that the minister will have absolute power to appoint up to half of the board members, which effectively stacks the deck in a manner that may not necessarily consider the best interests of the university. Universities already deal with the issue of corporatization of boards. A quick look at the webpage of any Nova Scotia University Board of Governors will show real estate developers, lawyers, grocery store giants, etc. With only a few faculty member positions on each board, faculty continuously struggle to ensure that the academic mission of the university remains in the forefront and is not overshadowed by those who successfully run other businesses. I remind you that universities are not businesses. We are not run on a profit motive. Rather, we have an academic mission of teaching, research, and service to community, and function through a bicameral governance model which includes boards of governors and senates. Having up to half the board members appointed by the government seems a surefire way to derail collegial governance. B12 will enable the minister alone to determine the key research priorities of the province and then require that Research Nova Scotia Corporation align their research to those priorities. As an independent, not-for-profit corporation with the mandate to support, organize, and coordinate the funding of research in the province, management and control of the corporation lies with the board of directors and a competent advisory committee that provides advice and makes recommendations on research-related matters. Providing the minister with the power to single-handedly steer the focus of research or lose funding is narrow-minded and dangerous. Capacity building, forest growth, disability management, agrogenomics, and zoonotic infections are just a few recent examples of research projects that may not get funded in the future if the minister deems our priorities lie elsewhere. Research priorities need to stay safely in the hands of the researchers and scientists who can objectively identify the merits of each project. In fact, the following quote sums up quite well why the power to choose research priorities should stay with Research Nova Scotia. Quote, There is great potential in universities creating quality research, and I don't think anybody in this chamber wants to see that potential diminished. I don't know that there's a role for government to be achieved, a role for government to be reaching into that system and dictating where the research should be going. I think that's something that's better left to minds more creative than many of the members in this chamber. End of quote. That statement was from then MLA Tim Houston on May 5th, 2015, in response to the introduction of the University Accountability and Sustainability Act. Lastly, Bill 12 will provide the minister with unchecked authority to force universities into a revitalization process. Failure to comply will result in the minister withholding operating funds from the university. Currently, this step is voluntary, allowing the university to decide if and when a revitalization plan should be engaged. Occasionally, a university can find itself in financial trouble due in part to the chronic underfunding brought about by a continuous reduction in provincial core funding. As if that is not bad enough, to have the revitalization process triggered by the very government that underfunds the university in the first place could be fatal to the university's recovery. I think in particular of those universities that are smaller and provide very specific streams of education. If a university is struggling and does not meet the minister's priorities of the day, what incentive is there to help that university? There is also the threat to the right of collective bargaining for all university employees, from the staff who clean the halls and keep the boilers running to those who offer administrative support and faculty who teach the students. Once again, the power to make those vital decisions needs to remain with the university. An example of that comes to mind in my own university. In 2015-16, shortly after the university's Accountability and Sustainability Act was enacted, CBU administration threatened financial exigency and wanted to begin the layoff process for faculty. The faculty union were able to stop that process by demanding that the university prove financial exigency. But they couldn't because there was no financial exigency. There are no such safeguards built into Bill 12. In closing, I will refer briefly to the Auditor General's report, which confirmed that the department is, quote, not effectively funding, monitoring, or holding universities accountable for public funds, end of quote. But we caution that enacting Bill 12 will take accountability too far the other way. Financial accountability is imperative, but going from little accountability to unilateral control by one person does not seem the best solution. There needs to be a middle ground, and one that considers that the importance and specific traits of collegial governance model by which universities are administrated. I urge our administrators and department officials to consider that no amount of government oversight or new avenues of revenue will fix the core problem of university sustainability, namely the deterioration of public funding, which now stands at 33% of our total costs, down from 80% in 1970 and around 47% just around 7 years ago. Nova Scotia faculty are alarmed about the introduction of Bill 12. Please do the right thing for Nova Scotia universities and stop Bill 12. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Thank you, and hello, Scott. You're a former student here. The things that you have put forward here are stark and unsettling, and I follow your line of thinking in that this bill seems to be an overreaction to the Auditor General's report stating that the government department was not doing their job in oversight, and has now decided to take another overarching foray into power and consolidation. But the things that you put forward regarding the threats of operating funds being held, which can cause problems, that can cause issues in the collective bargaining, are stark. So I'm just wondering, how might the recruitment and retention of faculty at a Nova Scotia university, say CBU, for instance, that the minister indicates may be a candidate for revitalization, be impacted at a time universities are key solution providers to nursing, teaching, other healthcare and human resource shortages?
Thank you for the question. It's hard to know in particular.
Order. One sec. I have to recognize before Ledge TV will get you on record there. So I recognize Mr. Stewart.
Sorry, my apologies. It's hard to know what the instigation of a revitalization process would do. The best example I think we have of something like a revitalization process was done at University of Laurentian a couple of years ago under the impact of CCAA, which was a bankruptcy bill designed for the private sector and not for public institutions like universities. But in that revitalization process, you saw not just a hiring freeze, but the laying off of about a third of the university's faculty and the closing of numerous programs. So a revitalization process, I can't see anybody coming to a university that's under a revitalization process because your economic future would be very insecure.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Thank you. The government has stated a few times that this is enabling legislation. Scott, can you provide an answer to what it would actually enable a university to do?
I recognize Mr. Stewart.
Yes, I mean, it's a good question, and I'm not sure what exactly it enables them to do, but just to, I guess, to reiterate some of my points, it would enable them to override collegial governance in the university by appointing up to 50% of the Board of Governors and having no place for Senate in that. Senate usually takes care of academic matters. That's not mentioned in revitalization plans at all. It would enable the Minister of Advanced Education to prioritize research and to defund or not fund research that they did not see in the best interests of in what they perceive to be their best interests. I might add that would probably include most research in the humanities and social sciences. And finally, it enables them to override a constitutionally protected right of collective bargaining and start a revitalization process on their own terms and at their own say-so. So I think it enables the Minister of Advanced Education to do quite a bit.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scott, good to hear you. I think back to our days when the old academic council days way back when, but like this was the conversation at the last with the last presenter. You may have been listening, and I think it's important to elaborate on because there's not enough conversation around the academic integrity and the independence of the senates within the schools, right? And the role that they play. A lot of the legislation is based around the government being able to appoint so many people to the Board of Governors. But like for me, I always go to the academic integrity, and I don't think politicians should really be ultimately driving that process. So can you just elaborate a little bit about the importance of the Senate for the committee and what this type of legislation does to that academic independence?
I recognize Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Derek, for the question. Yes, universities are rather odd creatures in how they're governed. They're governed by what's called a bicameral system. So there's a Board of Governors which is supposed to look after the financial matters of the university. And then there's a Senate, which is composed of entirely of administrators, students, and faculty members that has control over the academic mission of the university, including what gets taught, what research is conducted, who gets tenure, and so on. So it's as I say, a bicameral system, and as I look at the B12, I don't see any recognition of that at all. It seems to think that universities are run rather like a corporation, and that the entire function of the university is run by the Board of Governors.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Thank you. And Scott, thank you again for all that information. You gave in how it enables how the bill enables the government. How does it, is there a universe in which this enables the universities and the academics who teach in those universities?
I recognize Mr. Stewart.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? I didn't catch the last bit of it.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Yes. Is there a universe in which this bill enables the universities and the academics?
I recognize Mr. Stewart.
This bill doesn't. This bill has certainly no role for faculty unions. And one of the important things about faculty unions is we negotiate a collective agreement with our employer, which ultimately is the Board of Governors. And every university in the province, every university in Canada, so far as I'm aware, has what's called a financial exigency clause, which is a clause that speaks to when the university is in a financial crisis, and that can get defined various ways depending on the collective agreement. But it does give power to the faculty unions to dispute claims made by the administration about the financial situation of the university. So, for example, back in 2015-16, when I was president, we had two auditors come in and do a forensic audit of the institution, and found out that we weren't in a financial exigency at all, which the university eventually agreed to, that they were worried about a future financial exigency, which is a quite different thing. I think the provincial government is in a similar situation about fear, particularly with some universities, that they may be in a financial exigency position sometime down the future, especially if they continue to be chronically underfunded.
Order. I just have to, I'm asking for, we're at 9 o'clock and we're supposed to expire at 9, but our time has not expired, so I'm asking.
You don't need, there's no end time, that's just our schedule.
Okay, my apologies. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could imagine bills that would bring administrations and faculty unions into more discussion, but this bill doesn't have it, to be quite blunt and short about it. Thank you.
Any other? I recognize. No, I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my only concern was the time and ensuring that the representative of the Sierra Club who has sat here will be provided her time. So if you're able to do that
there's
without
no
motion.
Set time, so we don't need that motion. Do we have any further questions for Mr. Stewart? Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you.
And we will now move to Agriculture, Energy, Natural Resources, and Act Respecting. I'm Gretchen Fitzgerald. And Ms. Fitzgerald, what's your preference to be recognized?
You can call me Gretchen.
All right. Thank you, Gretchen. Whenever you're ready, I'll set my, wait, give me.
Well, there's handouts for folks, so just my speaking notes
Yeah.
and a few references.
Yeah, just give me 1 sec. I've lost my timer here for some reason. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gretchen. So we're ready to go. You've heard my comments on timing, so we'll, thank you.
Yes, and thank you, members of the committee and the staff, actually, that are sitting here till 9 o'clock at night. So it is a testament to the public service of all of you in the room. My name is Gretchen Fitzgerald. I am Executive Director of Sierra Club Canada Foundation. We are a national grassroots environmental organization charity that empowers people to protect and restore healthy and intact ecosystems. We are a member-based organization with 5 chapters, and our Atlantic Canada chapter, of which I am a proud member and former director, has championed clean energy, getting children outside, connecting and exploring nature, and restoring our relationship with nature for many years now. And while I am speaking to Bill 6 today, I also want to express deep concern specifically about Bill 1 and other bills that we've heard about today, which seem to be created and written to decrease government accountability and transparency. It was access to public information that ultimately resulted in the protection of Owl's Head Provincial Park rather than its sale. And I believe ultimately protection of nature and a healthy environment relies on having people have accurate information and government accountability. Sierra Club, I'll cut to the chase, recommends that the sections of Bill 6 that would lift bans on fracking and uranium mining be removed, or alternatively, the entire bill be withdrawn. The current government is actively intending to reduce access to information and government accountability. That's very clear. In this context, fracking and uranium mining are to be considered even more dangerous today than when they were first prohibited after broad public consultation. Move fast and break things seems to be the order of today's Nova Scotia government, and perhaps they are replicating other governments around the world and other corporations as well. The government has implied that we need to frack and mine uranium in order to increase our ability to control our destiny as Canadians and as Nova Scotians. Allowing fracking and uranium mining will do exactly the reverse for 3 main reasons that I want to go through today, and I'm sure there are many others. It will put at risk our progress as a community on climate change. It will diminish our focus on real solutions that can get us through this crisis that we are in globally now, but also the longer climate crisis that we are in and will be for decades. And it will be, and we will be actually less secure if the bans on uranium mining and fracking are lifted. And so, how will it put our progress and our hard-fought progress on climate change at risk? My first reaction to Bill 6, when I heard about it, was what a betrayal to the youth and their families, their parents, grandparents who marched for climate justice for many years since 2019, marches some of the members of this government participated in. Like many of you and your constituents, I breathed smoky air and heard the sirens of firefighters and emergency responders who were fighting climate change accelerated fires in 2023 in this province. And we know very well that wildfires, hurricanes, and unpredictable weather are only going to get worse if we continue to allow activities like fracking to proceed. Allowing fracking will unleash even more methane pollution into the atmosphere. And I think we all know that methane is a supercharged greenhouse gas. A 2019 study of increasing methane in the atmosphere determined that shale gas production in North America over the past decade may have contributed to more than half of all the increased emissions from fossil fuels globally, and approximately 1/3 of the total increased emissions from all sources globally over the past decade. Clearly, allowing fracking threatens to reverse our hard-won progress to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and get off coal in this province. My second point is that this focus on fracking and uranium mining actually diminishes our focus on real solutions. As an organization, Sierra Club Canada champions energy democracy and in creating greater opportunities for everyone to engage in and benefit from clean energy generation. The Nova Scotia government has made moves to open up its electrical systems to participants other than Nova Scotia Power. We applaud this first step, but it is a first step. 2 weeks ago, and apologies, in your notes it says 1 week ago, but I was on March break, so I guess that week is a blank. 2 weeks ago, we finally increased our capacity to exchange electrons across the border with New Brunswick, something that we have pushed for with our allies for over 11 years now. We challenged you at that time, 2 weeks ago, to even double down on this capacity, to even further create greater energy security and make local, scalable renewables more likely to occur. If we are to move fast, let's move fast and make things, not break them. And energy democracy is the direction the government should go in to seize this moment. I would add that working with communities who are looking for energy solutions and upholding Mi'kmaq rights to develop these solutions should be the primary focus of our elected leaders. And I note with deep concern the letter from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs that flagged that the moves contained in Bill 6 are emblematic of a deep and highly corrosive and erosive relationship. Thirdly, Bill 6 will mean we are less secure in this moment of global uncertainty and the ongoing climate crisis. You have heard today from physicians and other experts who are concerned that toxins from fracking and uranium mining will elevate health risks to Nova Scotians through contamination of water, air, and land. With a population scattered across a relatively small land base, over 40% of whom rely on groundwater wells for their drinking water, I can envision no part of Nova Scotia where uranium mining or fracking could be carried out safely. Whether you represent Lunenburg West, Sydney Whitney Pierre, Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, safeguarding this water should be your top priority, particularly at a time of global uncertainty. And just a brief sidebar, there has been discussions of Saskatchewan uranium mining. The size of Saskatchewan is about 12 times the size of this province. The closest the uranium mine that most people know about in Saskatchewan is about 600 kilometers from the largest towns and cities. There could be uranium mining happening within 60 kilometers of Halifax. We heard today that dust from those mines can travel even 1,000 kilometers. There is simply no comparison and should not be made. A more well-thought-of comparison would be actually Virginia, the state of Virginia, that has precipitation levels on a par with ours. Not unlike Saskatchewan, whose precipitations are about, 1/3, maybe 1/4 of ours. And the rainfall, the precipitation, that is a source of the toxins overflowing and getting into the water table from uranium mining. Guess what? The state of uranium has said no to uranium mining, even though they have some of the highest concentrations of uranium in the United States of America. That ban was upheld in 2019. I had to say that after having heard some of the facts put forward today by the Mining Association of Nova Scotia. And those facts were provided to me by Gillian Thomas, the Citizens Action Committee for the Environment, an eco-hero of mine. You heard today that fracking in Nova Scotia resulted in a tailings pond that Nova Scotians had to clean up themselves, not the industry. There is no way to clean up chemicals which could contaminate the water table in perpetuity, which could happen in the case of fracking or uranium mining. People, particularly pregnant women, children, are at higher risk from diseases like cancer, asthma, even increased mortality rates have been reported in areas where fracking is taking place.
We're at 6 minutes.
All because of a bill that is aimed at increasing our security? It's deeply disturbing. Nuclear power and natural gas are also expensive compared with renewables and energy efficiency. And there would be a decrease in energy security for people in Nova Scotia, a province already known for its incredibly high rates of energy poverty. And we just heard a devastating testimony as to the poverty rates in this province. with 43% of households spending 6% or more of their after-tax income on home energy needs and having to choose between heating their home and getting medicine and food. If the thinking here is that we will somehow refine uranium and develop a local nuclear power industry, this will also come at a great cost. A report in energy, aside from the health costs, of course. A report from the Clean Air Alliance in Ontario, in which they cite Lizard, one of the most respected names in global financial services. According to that report, the cost of electricity from a new nuclear power reactor is 1.7 times greater than the cost of offshore wind, 3 times greater than the cost of solar power, and 3.6 times greater than the cost of onshore wind. In conclusion, and it is getting late, and I appreciate your attention, I do not believe I will shift votes of the members present through this presentation. However, I do have faith that Nova Scotians will continue to oppose fracking and support the ban on uranium mining, as they have done successfully in the past. I also hope, and I urge you all, regardless of your political parties and your inclinations, to come forward with solutions that will safeguard the progress we have actually made on climate change, deepen them, and focus on real solutions, such as energy democracy, which are going to help us get out of this current global juggernaut, this moment of global uncertainty, I think we all appreciate, but also take us to the other side on climate change as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Hi, and thank you for coming and for spending for as long as I could see, spending time attentively listening to people. I thank you for representing Sierra Club Canada, as well as for bringing very thoughtful discussion to our democratic process. You said that you do not believe you'll shift the votes of members present. Well, I hope you do. I hope it works. Because this could be harmful, and the government, it doesn't seem, has actually done any research or done their homework on this, and we find that a lot. And on that note, I come from a community that has dealt with a lot of environmental problems, environmental issues that caused cancers, and also homes to be left because people were getting so sick. So I understand what a harm toxins in that can do. What do you know of any communities and organizations that were consulted prior to the tabling of this bill, and of any research that may have been done on the harmful effects?
I recognize Gretchen.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, and definitely the situation in Sydney with regard to the toxic, the tar ponds. I mean, that was something obviously Sierra Club was very active in attempting to highlight. It's not something we want to replicate. Whether you feel for the people that were directly involved, or you just care about the dollar signs in the bill that we paid for that, it's not something we want to replicate as a province. And Boat Harbor similarly was brought up earlier today. No, I am not aware on behalf of the government of any studies, consultation that was carried out. And I think the letter from the Assembly of Mi'kmaq Chiefs makes it very clear that they were not consulted. But amongst the groups that I've been speaking with, there's been nothing.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Thank you. We're not aware of any either. You're very detailed in this, and I want to thank you for that. I guess my other question to you would be, what the harmful effects that this can create, and I think I know the answer potentially, but the areas that seem to me to be the most affected, that are going to be most affected if this ban should be lifted, are going to be those areas that are rural, have unwell waters, oftentimes poverty, communities living in poverty. Basically, do you see this as a potentially a socio-economic injustice, I would say, potential for environmental racism, as well as...
Order.
Sorry.
So that's the end of our hearings for tonight, and I call the meeting adjourned. And thank you, everybody.